generation entrepreneur, champion of sustainable development goals, author, global speaker, and an hospitality icon. He is the man behind the Young Chef India Schools and the famous Young Chef Olympiad, which is the largest culinary Olympiad in the world where over 55 plus countries participates and that promotes young culinary talent across the world. He is also the CEO of the International Hospitality Council, London, and initiated the International Hospitality Day celebrated every year on 24th of April. Dr. Bose conferred the Hall of Fame award to Mr. Ratan Tata, Chairman of Tata Group, in 2017 on the occasion of International Hospitality Day. Dr. Bose believes in striving hard to provide the best platform in tech education in every field. Therefore, he founded EduGuy, an online education and admission platform. He has authored the famous book, The Art of Hospitality, an engaging read that explores many facets of hospitality and has made relevant contribution to the book, Managing Complexity and COVID-19, among others. Dr. Bose is a prolific speaker and has spoken in several international and national conferences and business meets. Dr. Bose has received many prestigious awards, including the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader of Asia Award in the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia. He also received the ET Now Business Leader of the Year Award in 2020, acknowledging and applauding his pioneering vision of giving a new meaning to hospitality education. Dr. Bose was awarded the Times Men of the Year Award as Times Visionary Leader in 2022. He has been conferred with honorary doctorate by Queen Margaret University, UK, Edinburgh Napier University and West London University, UK. He is a passionate foodie and home cook and loves to fly his microlight aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Suborno Bose.
Very good afternoon to all the delegates out here in this wonderful platform as we celebrate the International Women's Day by launching this half-day global conference on very interesting subject, the women in hospitality. And as we all know, hospitality doesn't begin and end in hotels and restaurants. Hospitality is a huge arena where a lot of people work. And today in this global conference, we have tried our best to bring the best of the people working in different facets of hospitality space. And they're not just from India, but they are from all over the world. And it includes some of our very illustrious alumni as well. And of course, some very illustrious people from all over the globe. I think this particular conference is the first of its kind in this country, and this is setting the tone to the next week's celebration of the Women's Day all over the world. And this time the theme has been digital. That is digital for all. And we have been working for this for many years now. And we are so delighted that the official theme this time is actually something that very close to our heart. At IIHM, we always are very passionate about tech, about technology and sustainability. So these are the two pillars that IIHM's entire mission is based on. One is sustainability and other is technology. And since digital is this year's theme of the United Nations International Women's Day, I think it has really had a great impact in the space and the world of IIHM. So it's a great honor for me to inaugurate this global conference. And I like to congratulate and thank all the great women leaders who will be coming and talking on this occasion. on this very, very topical subject, women in hospitality. They are the leaders of hospitality. They are the people who run the industry globally, right from the chefs to the entrepreneurs, right from the educators to the people who are working in the diverse industry like aviation or fashion. I think hospitality is everywhere. It's so ominous, the industry, that you find people working. And I think the goal number 5, the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, that is very close to the education and the vision of IIHM for the last few years now. Even we have got a metro station in Kolkata, the Park Street Metro Station, which has been named IIHM Park Street Metro Station, and it is the world's first SDG railway station, world's first SDG railway station. The entire platform, the station is full of the SDG goals where the young people can come and see and get a great education about sustainability and the SDGs. And today, here we are celebrating the goal number 5, which is the gender equality. The gender equality is the goal number 5 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And today, the conference theme is based on that. And as we say that, the according to me, at least, that men and women are never equal. Women are always, always much, much ahead. So I think it's a great conference to follow for the next 6 hours. And I'd like to once again thank all the speakers for giving their time, for giving their commitment to come and speak to this conference, which will be beamed all over the world, in all the social media, in the IHM TV, and all other medias who are covering this great event. So thank you very much for joining this as we start the International Women's Day week today on the Monday with this absolute fantastic global congress and the conference. And I'd like to wish all of you an excellent, excellent, happy Women's Day in advance. May I be the first person to do that before anyone else. And thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your love and support and commitment towards IIHM education and the world of IIHM. Thank you so much. And it would be really, really a wonderful day today. So thank you so much. Over to you, Sanchari. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so very much, because I think, it is extremely encouraging to have been wished today by none other than you at the start of this global conference. As you very rightly said, sir, this is the first of its kind. And today is a day when, under the umbrella of IIHM, we have got all the global leaders, all the global women leaders across the world coming together, celebrating hospitality and definitely celebrating women in hospitality. So thank you very much, sir, for your very, very encouraging words. And I'm certain all our audience, that includes many, many young women across the world, they're listening to, they're very, very encouraged. And I'm sure, by the end of this conference, as Dr. Bose rightly said, we're all going to be absolutely inspired and willing to go ahead and contribute a lot towards sustainability and towards, the world with our womanhood and definitely with our leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Shubhodno Both with his infectious energy and zeal to bring the best men and women forward to speak, and for us and our students, our aspiring hoteliers, to learn from them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go ahead and invite somebody extremely special, somebody who has joined us all the way from London this morning, none other than Professor David Foskett, who is a member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts and the Craft Guild of Chefs UK. He is the chairman of the International Hospitality Council UK, chairman of jury YCO, and the legendary culinary author whose book, Practical Cookery, has been sold across 140 nations. We would like to all applaud and encouraged by the presence of Professor Foskett with us here today. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Foskett, and we are so delighted to see you early in the morning. Very good morning to you, sir.
Well, good morning. Yes, it's very early in the morning here in London. It's a very cold day, but thank you for the warm welcome. That's most important and as quite significant in what you are doing today in celebrating the women in hospitality. The fifth goal of the United Nations Sustainability Goals, very important, gender equality, something that I've always preached on, talked about the importance of the role of women in hospitality and what they bring to hospitality in terms of gender equality, and how women enrich the workforce, their skills, their entrepreneurial skills, their business skills, very, very important. And I can remember that when I was a student many, many years ago now of sociology, we were shown a film called Rosie the Riveter. And Rosie the Riveter, Rosie was a woman who was at home and was basically just worked at home doing domestic chores. But then when the war, Second World War, broke out, women were called to the factories. And what this demonstrated is the importance of women and how we relied on women so much in the war effort when men went out to the war battlefields, and so did women, but also to keep the economy going, to keep the emissions factories going and the farms. We relied so much on women. And I looked at that film thinking, well, why don't we celebrate women more in the workplace and encourage women more? And I'm going back 30, 40 years. And I'm pleased to say that we've come a long way. And women in hospitality play a very important part in our industry. And I congratulate IIHM in bringing together this conference today, because we have much to learn from one another. Gender equality is very important. We are all human. To be hospitable is to be human, and to be human is to be hospitable. So this conference today we will hear from some of the most dynamic entrepreneurial women in our industry that have given so much, and most importantly, they are role models for our young people today, our young women today. I'm very fortunate in that I'm a patron of a hospitality women's college in London, where they character build women, young women ready for our industry. And these young students are very much sought after in our industry. So I'm delighted to be able to speak to you today from London, from England, and you all over the world in this global conference. Let us celebrate, that's the key word. Let us celebrate the role of women in hospitality, and to thank those women that have been pioneers, that have really taken up the challenge to become senior managers in our industry, and how much they have given to our industry and how much we can learn from them. So thank you, IIHM. Thank you for what you have achieved today, and long may we learn from this afterwards and create new pioneers, women pioneers in our industry. So thank you. I listen attentively to what's going to be said. So thank you, Chanchari. Thank you, Dr. Bose, once again for this initiative. And let's enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. As usual, sir, no matter what time of the day it is, you always fulfill us with a lot of energy. You exude so much of warmth. And that is exactly what we always talk about, because to be hospitable is to be human, as you always say. And Dr. Bose always keeps reminding us on that. And that is what always brings us to the best of things that we do for the world. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Professor Foskett, for enlightening the day today and helping us open up this great global conference that we are having with all the biggest women leaders of the world together. So, ladies and gentlemen, without taking much ado, I would like to go ahead and start and present to you the first panel of the day, which happens to be the power panel for all of us. So I'm certain all of us at IIHM, all our audience, everybody across the world in tourism, in travel, in hospitality, and definitely our students are going to be absolutely inspired by the first panel today, which happens to be Voice from the Top. The topic happens to be women leaders in hospitality industry overcoming gender barriers and challenges. And to represent this panel, may I go ahead and invite our first panelist, who happens to be none other than Major Aditi Mohan. Major Aditi Mohan, if I have to talk about her, she is the Chief Administrative Officer, Corporate Services, FNF India Private Limited. I'm taking the pleasure of going ahead and talking a little bit about her. Major Aditi Mohan heads the corporate services as a vice president in Bangalore, and currently she's the CAO. She's a former Army officer from the Army Services Corps, a logistics arm of the Indian Armed Forces, and served with the forces for 8 years. She's a recipient of many awards during her corporate tenure, including Veteran in Professionalism, High Flyers, Pillars of Support, and Leader for Handling Critical Situations from the Front. Leadership Award for Professional Excellence in General Administration and Corporate Services from CE Worldwide. A very, very hearty welcome, Aditi ma'am, to our forum out here. We are absolutely elated and delighted to have you here today. A very, very big namaskar from IIHM.
Thank you.
Following her, ladies and gentlemen, we have another absolutely power woman. We have here with us Ms. Vita Whitaker, CEO and Commercial Director, Whitco Catering and Bakery Equipment Limited. And I'm privileged to say that she also happens to be our FIHM Fellow of IIHM Distinguished Fellows. We are so happy to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here with us early in the morning from UK. I have to talk about her to the world. She has earned a highly regarded reputation serving clients in education and hospitality. She has worked for CARE, MOJ, contract catering, food production, as well as many other small and large blue chip companies. Her skills and knowledge transfer easily across many different client types, regardless of size or location. She works alongside an amazing team of highly skilled, like-minded, and versatile people at Whitco who make it all possible. Together, they help shape your ideas, turn them into reality, and deliver all on time, on budget, and to satisfaction. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I'm so happy to have you here this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Of course, to lead this, ladies, we have another great personality all the way from India. She happens to be Ms. Rakhi Vaswani, Chief Chef and Founder, Palette Culinary Academy. She's also a very, very remarkable and popular TV celebrity chef. Thank you so much, Chef, for joining us today here. She's an entrepreneur, a mom, an author, and a founder of Palette Culinary Academy, a boutique international culinary school with CTH and City & Guilds UK accreditations in culinary and bakery patisserie. Shows like Rewind with Rakhi and I Love Cooking on Living Foods and Baking Diaries and Quick Bites on Food, and some of our amazing works on channels. Thank you so much, Chef. It is a privilege to have you here today. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel.
Thank you.
To join, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And to join these ladies, we have none other than Ms. Ankita Sheth, who is also the co-founder of Stay Vista. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Sheth. She's one of the first women entrepreneurs in the alternate stay segment. And Ms. Sheth comes from entrepreneurial lineage and a career centered around building teams. Along with founding Stay Vista, she's also a founding member of the Young Volunteers Organization, fondly known as YVO. Her passion for travel and attention to detail enables her fortitude of building a robust network of luxury villa rentals in India. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And joining them, we have Miss Neha Agarwal, who is the founder and director of Hotel Hillock at Mount Abu, the revolutionary female entrepreneur in the hospitality industry. Sneha is a graduate in economics major from the Mumbai University and is a gold medalist in the MBA marketing domain. Owing to her education, business does not seem a very tough profession to her. She believes persistence is the only key to success and believes that women of her generation are very well educated and hardworking and can stand shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts. A very warm welcome to you, Sneha ma'am. It's amazing to have you here today. And we have another wonderful woman who is basically there as a part of this panel today, and that happens to be Miss Christine Deborzy, who is the president of Women's Pilot Association France. We are waiting her presence right now, but then until she comes, it definitely is my responsibility to talk a little bit about her. At 6 feet, Christine Deborzy stands tall. She's the president of the Association of Women's Pilot Association in France. With more than 20,000 hours of flying, her proud moments have been entering the National School and Civil Aviation, which is INAC, becoming a captain on B737 when she was pregnant, and retiring as captain of Airbus A380. She has also built a new SE aviation aircraft, MCRAS, with a Rotex 9151S engine, which took 2 years to build. She's currently working as a flight instructor at Aero, her flying club in Paris. A very, very warm welcome to all the wonderful ladies, all the power women that we have here today in this first panel of the day, which is a power panel. And I would like to now welcome in Major Aditi Mohan to take over the session from here.
Thank you, Sanchari. Thank you so much. I'm deeply honored to be a part of all of you also, and I'll not waste any more time, but Jai Hind, Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Walaikum, and Yellaragu Namaskara, because I'm from Bangalore. Thank you once again, Sanchari. Thank you, Dr. Subarna Bose. I think, first of all, heartiest congratulations to IIHM, and for conducting this beautiful seminar and a wonderful introduction. I've got power-packed session today, and thank you for handing over the baton to me to moderate these amazing, beautiful women. I'm already complex, by the way. While this has come to me last minute to be your moderator, ladies, I assure you I will do justice as much. But I'm sure with women, it's very, very easy to spark the conversation because we have so many stories of our life to tell. So this year, the theme being Embrace Equity and Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. I have these diverse, powerful ladies to share their ideas, thoughts, and of course, let's not forget our battles to what really got them onto the top. So heartiest congratulations once again, Dr. Subarno, for doing the walk the talk. As I see, he's got maximum number of women in his battalion, his army. And to all out there, once again, wish you all a very, very happy International Women's Day in advance. We all know that equality definitely is the goal, but equity is the means to get there. Unfortunately, if Christine is not here, and I'm really looking forward, my first question was going to go to her because I wanted to be a little biased out here. I'm from the army, and she's from, she's also managed this course. But now, unfortunately, and fortunately for many, I would fire my first question to my beautiful female friend out here, one of the youngest entrepreneurs, and this is Miss Neha Agarwal. I did not know that you were so pretty. So first of all, thank you for being so pretty. That's one.
Thank you.
Sneha, so my question to you, now that we're talking about gender equality, we're talking about gender diversity, are women labeled sensitive, emotional, very soft to handle sensitive or challenging assignments? And with you managing the Hotel Hillock, what I understand from your LinkedIn, I've done a little bit of homework about you all, from establishing it to running it successfully. First of all, what inspired you and what keeps you inspired even today?
So let me talk about women being emotional first. So I feel every human being is emotional, and you know, from person to person, the level of emotional quotient varies. The more you are into your business, the more you meet people, the more you work, you try and restrict your feeling in front of the public. It's not that you're any less emotional. Through my journey over all these years, when we established the Hillock Ahmedabad, it's been 2 years, it's been 1.5 years now that we started this journey. It has been quite a task. People used to think, things came to me over a platter. Considering we have 3 hotels in Rajasthan, that was a normal mindset of the people towards me. But every day, facing a new challenge when we came up with this project. We took 6.5 years, by the way, to make the Hillock Ahmedabad. Yes. And when you see the building, I would wish all of you, I could, invite all of you over to this hotel, which we made with great attention to detail. So we faced various challenges during that time. And I feel that every person through a journey of work towards this profession or towards growth tends to control their emotion, if not get less emotional.
Okay. Okay. So how tough it was for you to, really start this hotel of yours? And I'm very curious. From you being in the hospitality industry, you started this hotel, and why did you do that?
So it was a family business, of course. My husband is a hotelier. The entire family is a hotelier. But my role came in when it came to how the hotel should look. So, considering the Gen Z people living in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, India, everywhere in the world, they're very well traveled. Also, I was very fond of European architecture. And I was very much into having in detail kind of interiors when it came to our hotel. So when you see the hotel facade, it's completely European. When you walk into the hotel, the restaurant that we have on ground floor, the 24-hour coffee shop, we call it Trevi. Trevi has been inspired by the Roman fountain, the Trevi fountain. And that's exactly how it looks. It entirely has a facade of the stone that we see in the European buildings. So this is the minutest detail wherein I was observant about it. I took like very long time to make this hotel. As we said, it took 6.5 years for us to come up with this place. So everything was minutely designed. I took the entire team to Paris to that was an inspiration. The Four Seasons Paris hotel in Champs-Élysées was an inspiration for us. So we got the teal colored furniture from there. And the rest is history. The chandeliers are all brass made. So I was this is all out of passion. So I feel hotel industry, hospitality comes in only when you're passionate about it.
Yes. So I'll definitely share my success mantra later, and passion is supposed to be a part of it. But thank you for sharing this. Ladies and gentlemen, she's actually tempting us to visit her hotel at Gujarat. And I'm for sure I'm going to be there. Modi ji's place. I'm definitely coming there.
Please, we would love to host ladies like you. We're so proud to have you.
All right. So Vita, coming over to you, my beautiful lady. If I looked half of what you look today, I will be so blessed, and my husband would be so happy. So I don't know how Sanchari manages to get such pretty women on the, and I don't know what I'm doing here, by the way. I need to go and hit the gym right away. But I must congratulate you once again for being part of this session. And Sanchari, I'm going to have a talk with you separately after this, because I have these beautiful ladies out here. So Vita, are men still considered to be the breadwinner, and women just get the jam, same job, different pay grade? What's your story? What do you feel about it? You've been a celebrity, you're a celebrity, I would call you that. And so just share about your life.
Most certainly those opinions do exist in some households and in some workplaces, but generally not at all. In the UK, there's many occasions where the woman is indeed the breadwinner and the role is reversed. And before I start talking, number one, it's amazing to be invited and talk about my own personal experience, but also to add some value to this. And it's interesting to see how, from a different perspective around the world, that we share similar challenges. But ultimately, what I'd like to try and bring today is my very simple view on this topic, because I think it is very overcomplicated in a lot of people's mind. And as much as it's challenging for all, I run my business with equality being equal across genders. It's irrespective of male or female. And I think that also comes from confidence, being and surrounding yourself with people who help you become more confident. And that's irrespective of being a woman or a man. You need those people to give you confidence. And then it's about respect, isn't it? Because if you do not respect a woman or a man, you are not equal. So therefore, those inner senses where you talk about equality sometimes stem from within the person. It is awful when we're in an environment that either a woman.
I am here.
We are also here.
It's an awful environment when a woman is not exercising equality, as it is when a man is not exercising equality. So therefore, it's seeing beyond the personal issues that a person has when you are facing big discussions, big decisions, and just, again, trusting yourself. And I'd like to maybe talk a little bit more about that as the session goes on. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think very important points that you brought out, Vita: respect, confidence, trust. I think you just sum it all, and I think you just put that. So welcome, Christine. We were actually waiting for you. And we kind of shared the little bit of same background. So thank you for being here. I'm sorry we don't have enough time to go back and introduce you, but Sanchari's done a lot of justice to your introduction, and I have been able to read a little about you as well. So thank you for being here, Christine, and wishing you again a very happy International Women's Day. So my question to you, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, Christine, and your thoughts. Basically, you've been with Air France for the longest time. 34 years, ladies and gentlemen, is a very, very long time. She served more than actually my father served the Indian Army, or maybe I have been in the corporate. I'm a very old woman, though. I've been there for about 25, 26 years on this earth, as far as my work journey is concerned. So I want to know, Christine, what made you be a part of the so-called man's world during that era, and how has been your journey? I would also want you to talk about what are the challenges or issues fueling the gender equality in workplaces. Please throw your thoughts over it, ma'am.
Yes, I always had the support of my parents for my pilot studies, and I thought that in the cockpit there is no gender, but sure there is human resource management, and we had it coming from Anglo-Saxons cockpit resource management that was managing the leadership of the captain and the best work for the crew, so that the captain listened to everybody and take all good ideas into account. That is good for diversity of ideas. Mm-hmm. And when it came in the airline, I was on the old 747 as a captain, and I saw the male instructors in France didn't like it, and they say we are obliged to speak about it, but we don't care. It's not a subject for us. But now all aviation safety is based on it. So I hope now we are introducing in Air France in the cockpit briefing or in the briefing for simulator anti-harassment rules against women, and to put the words where they are, because that was a difficulty of an old male background in aviation. And now they say the same. We have to say it, the male instructor sometimes, but it's not a subject for us. But
Anymore.
I hope it will become subject of flight safety in the future. So we, I think I was very surprised of the good condition of women pilots in India. I'm just reading the book From Saris to Stripes, you know it. And I saw that Indian women came later in aviation, but they are very strong to fight. And so all the society has to change, and to take into account that we take the best of all human beings, and we can add good values for our politics and our business. And so I think we have to work all together. And in the French Women Pilot Association, we do some leadership programs for high school women students, and we go also on primary school to try to tell to the young girls that they must have no censorship for themselves, and to show also little boys that there are women doing this job, and that is not a problem. So
Thank you, Christine. So you spoke about Indian women. We've come a long way. We've been fighting our battles from, I don't know, from Draupadi, from Mahabharata, from Sita, from, Ramayana, from our, Jhansi ki Rani. So we are the born fighters, by the way. Believe you me, we are there. And we've always been, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, from, joining your Air Force to the Indian Army to everywhere. And now look at the screen, look at the screen. I mean, you have this beautiful celebrity chef, Rakhi Vaswani, who's been, nailing everywhere. And she's a celebrity chef, by the way, for those of you who all don't know. And I'm very sure out there, students who are watching from across the country of IIHM would like to know what it takes to be where you are, Rakhi. So, please let us know. I'm sure it would have been very challenging. I know this must have been your passion, but please tell me your story a little and share with us.
Thank you, Major Aditi, and thank you, Dr. Suborno, for actually recognizing and honoring us on this platform. Women from all different genre, from different categories. I just love, this kind of a recognition, and the fact that we get to speak our heart out just a little before Women's Day. It's an honor and it's a pleasure. Thank you very much, and you are doing a fantastic job. I'm hearing such amazing reviews about each and every new institution you're putting up. Would love to visit one of those. I do visit, and I do work a lot in the hospitality space. What I want to say, Major Aditi, is that like all my other peers, here also have said that, gender equality is literally not just in one department. It actually goes hand in hand everywhere. It requires an equal enjoyment. It requires, us to be recognized in every space. And whether it's a man or a woman, I think we all if you're good at your work and your task, then I don't think, there's something, any special treatment as such is required.
Mhm.
For me, I have not been from the IHM background, but I have been blessed with a great understanding, a great family, from my father-in-law always saying that women should never be, put down. They should always be in the workforce because they are really hardworking. From my husband, as they say, behind every successful man, there's a woman. For me, it's the other way around. That quote works the other way around. So I have a very supportive family. So that makes a lot of difference. For hospitality, I would just like to say hospitality is simply an opportunity to show love and care. So
Mm.
I think that doesn't divide and put us into any gender,
Mhm.
right? So people who love that kind of a gesture are
Mhm.
supposed to be in hospitality, whether you're a man or a woman. That
Mhm.
is something I would like to go to. My career has been of a home chef, learning from young age from all my, and the famous quotes, as they say, you'll never hear, they always say the best chefs in the world are men, but I always go on stage and say that, ask all these men whenever they give a quote, do they say that मैंने ये अपने दादा से सीखा या मैंने अपने नाना से सीखा? It's always the woman, it's the mother, it's the nani, it's the dadi. Am I
Mhm.
right, Dr. Sporno? I
Dadima
hope
ki
I'm right.
nuske.
Yes. So I always go on stage when I'm in that industry, on an award show, wherever we are talking, and I have all my fellow colleagues, whether it's Chef Sanjeev Kapoor, whether it's people from the industry also, and Chef Kunal Kapoor, Ranveer Kapoor, Ranveer Brar. I always say to them that, hey, you know what? It's always the dadimas and the nanis that y'all have learned from. So don't forget that. And yes, we need to be recognized in that space. There have been disparities, and I
Yeah.
have personally also experienced some, but I wouldn't say it's only in that one department. I think the whole mentality has to change. So for
Yeah.
me, I chose to be a teacher. I've trained a lot internationally, and that's why I felt, because it is very expensive. And
Mhm.
internationally, people, if you see, take a gap year. It's a
Mhm.
culture.
Mhm.
Yes, now our generation is doing it, but it wasn't happening when I wanted to,
True.
right?
Mm.
Even someone to just pick up at the age of 40, 35, 50, say, hey, from IT, I want to be a passionate chef. I want to open my cafe. It's not, it's now getting recognized in India. It wasn't recognized earlier. So I
Mhm.
wanted to break that norm. And that's why I felt that, I need to bring in these international accreditations. And
Mhm.
what I run is a boutique culinary and bakery school.
Mhm.
When I
Mhm.
mean boutique is I even want to point out that I have two children. They are 26 and 23. My daughter has trained in CIA, that's Culinary Institute of America, Poughkeepsie. That's another thing. She changed her career, and I'm like, okay, fine.
Your
Actually,
husband is a cradle snatcher.
I agree. I agree. But it's good. So you know what? If someone tells me anything, I say it's good food. I eat my good food, so it maintains your skin and your health, of course. But what I wanted to say is, with CIA, the Sindhi mind in me went like, oh my God, I spent 1 CR, so why not bring these international accreditations into India?
Mhm.
And when the school kids were younger, when they were in ninth and tenth, I remember we all go to a counselor. Right. And there are very known personalities, and you have counseling. But I don't know if you will agree with me, Dr. Suborno, you would also agree that there is not counseling enough for children to
Mhm.
understand the difference between a hotel management program, a hospitality program, a culinary associate degree program, a diploma. People don't know the difference.
Mhm.
So I took it upon myself at my level in my academy to
Mhm.
bring in two UK accreditations. One is CTH. We were the first center of CTH in India, but no one wanted to write about it. So that is where I faced the inequality. But I won't say it was because of gender. I would say there was not enough knowledge. The media also, whenever they look at you as a chef, oh, which restaurant do you have and where do you work? So
Yeah.
I wanted to break that norm, because for me, it was teaching that came naturally, because I
Mhm.
always learned from a before and an after. And I said, I'm never doing this, because this is not how it works. You learn internationally, you work with a T45, a T55, you come
Mhm.
back home and that's not there. Of course, it's available now. So my job was to be a teacher and to counsel. So we are an A to Z. We do the counseling, making them understand the knowledge, the difference, that where do you want to take your career path. You do need a degree to support it. You do need an extensive diploma program, which helps you with a lot of hands-on knowledge. It teaches you like a 2023 or 2024 model. You want to go into a Michelin star because the students just want to go internationally. So we kind of carve them in a way, train them in a way where they're an asset for chefs in the industry and not a liability. And that is what we work towards.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a fantastic storyboard for us. In fact, Raki, thank you so much for sharing. Ankita, coming to you, my dear friend. What am I doing among these young entrepreneurs? One is Sneha. Raki, you look young, please. I mean, you're just out there. Ankita, so from the corporate and the transition into Stay Vista, that you're the founder of Stay Vista, and so how has it been? I mean, you faced challenges. Has there been a mental block? I mean, did you really think about it? Now, since we're talking about barriers, I would want the ladies out here to share their challenges because we have them. We did have them. We have them. We are going to have them. Please just be transparent about it because there are those young boys and girls also watching us that we can do it all. So, Ankita, your story for us.
Sure. Thank you, Major Aditi, and thank you, Dr. Subarno, for having us all here. About challenges, yes, I think every step, lot of challenges, not just when it was entrepreneurship, but even at a younger age in India, a lot of things are sort of biased. What girls do, what boys do. You learn cooking, you take this courses, you do the other, and so on. Fortunately, I could battle those. Was a little rebellious as a child, and came from a joint family. So again, entrepreneurship was always there, which is what got me here. But with a lot of biases, which I think I was quite courageous to fight it out. And then sort of this entrepreneurship journey has started for me. You said about corporate to here. Well, I at least Bombay here, corporates are quite advanced. I would say it's not as difficult as it used to be earlier. I've been in the HR side. So we do deal with issues that bring biases in terms of especially performance when you're judging how a career growth is planned for people. In fact, those learnings is what I tried to bring into Stay Vista, at least when we were framing our policies. Vita spoke about equality. So I think one conscious call we took was that let's not differentiate women by saying let's do more for them. The idea is that let's look at performance always and treat them equal. We are at a 40% women ratio in the organization because of the nature of work that we have. But yeah, I think consciously we've always tried sticking to being equal in any matter that would be. So I think that's where we are. In terms of the otherwise the whole journey, well, so a lot of challenges I did come across because we started in 2015, started as a budget hotel model. From there, moved to a luxury villa rental platform. Did a couple of fundraisers, and one such fundraise in my early days. So I have two co-founders with me who are male co-founders. So I was asked certain specific questions, which typically boys are not asked, in terms of what's your future plan, when do you plan to have children, etc. I think over the years, in the future fundraisers, these didn't come, but yes, these were questions that were asked, and you feel like, why am I asked this? Why is he not asked? And so on. But yeah, things have been much better, I would say, in the last 5-7 years. People are a little bit more accepting to respect women and treat them equal. So the positives are also there. Yeah.
You said you are a rebel. Looks are deceptive, my dear friend. Looks are deceptive at your end. You do not look rebellious at all. So, and I kind of also agree that there are certain questions that actually get asked by, from you, whether you're sitting in an interview or whether you're trying to find a job, things like that. The first question, end of the day, they'll ask you, why would you like to relocate if you have babies at home? Now, that's not a question that a man gets to ask. And I would say, why? Why would you ask a woman a question that, are you open for a relocation? It's my job. I can work anywhere. Everything is so good. So, Sneha, coming back to you, I would want you to share, one particular challenge, that you faced in your life. That was a turning point.
As I just mentioned, coming up with the Hillock Ahmedabad was the biggest challenge of my life. Fortunately, things till then in my life were very smooth. We changed architects. We hired an international architectural firm who was working for us for a while. Then it was impossible to work with them. Then we decided to locally hire an architect. The architect could not understand the language. Finally, we ended up merging the two of them, making them work. That was the architectural part of it. Then comes the interior. The interiors kept changing every time a new person was involved. And then later, after 2.5 years of changing so many things and breaking things in the building, I realized I had to put my foot down and take a call by myself. And then we started extensively training and telling people what exactly we wanted. But the journey was actually very, very difficult. When I think back, I just don't want to go back. But now, when I sit and think of it, the kind of learning I've had during this time was immense.
So, do you have good percentage of women in your hotel?
Oh, we have huge percentage of women in the hotel, and I make sure I push them all the time. I make sure that every person communicating, especially with a guest, is a female. So I am just coming up with a new idea of a restaurant in the hotel, which in the future may be replicated. Let's see how it works. But that will be that I'll be working on a concept wherein a female matradi as we call, will be going, explaining the dishes to all the guests and making the concept and the dining very, very experiential, at the same time very entertaining. So that is what we want in India now.
Oh, fantastic. Please, ladies, the gents out there, the boys out there, the young men out there, please don't feel offended. Believe you me, you are sweethearts for us. And we have a whole lot of respect. If I'm today what I am, if anyone out there on the screen is there, what they are, is all because of the fathers that we had, for the mentors that we had.
Absolutely.
And I think they are our father figures. We lead such a wonderful life. So Vita, you spoke about respect. So please share a moment, and we are also running short of time because I know there was a hard stop at 2:55. I'll take just 5 minutes more, Sanchari. So allow me, because let me do justice to my guests out here. So Madam Vita, you spoke about respect, you spoke about confidence, you spoke about trust. When was that time that your respect was there and it just fell? When was it that your trust was broken? And what did you do to overcome all of this and again stand tall?
Oh, that's a very difficult question to answer in its entirety. But I suppose being brought up as a child, being married to a person that saw equality in everything, and every person, I believe that from my own growing, I thought I was the most confident person in the world up until about 5 years ago. And I would take the view of where angels fear to tread. I would also take the view of seeing past all challenges. I'm only a small person, but I think like I'm a big person. And I would sometimes almost push my physical boundaries as well as my personal boundaries beyond most people's, well, they would be standing saying, why are you doing this? 5 years ago, I was put in a position where I was the number 2 of our business. Our business is now nearly 29 years, and automatically propelled into being the number 1. And understanding then how people see you is very different from what you imagined. And being able to balance your position, your power, with empowering others, even though you feel at times that you might feel undermined, or other people, other it's not just a man thing or a woman thing. Other women are almost at times more overwhelming and more difficult in equality than actually just a sex thing. You know, it's about yourself and actually saying this is the most powerful organ in our body, and this is the second most powerful organ in the body, and making sure that you do not offend, but at the same time look at all the information, use your brain, and then use your timing. This is something that you have to learn as time goes on, but see past inequality and just help those that unfortunately haven't yet had the experience that we have to understand that, because there's so many ladies out there who are so frightened at times to exert their own equality. So I think bring that confidence out as much as we can, but also totally respectful of each other, irrespective of gender.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, Christine, I'm going to come over to you. I definitely want you to share one message for all the ladies and gentlemen out there, for the youth, for us, for people like us, even. So we've been talking about ESG. We've also been talking about sustainability. Now, many out there actually don't understand the entire part of E and S and G. I would want you to focus on the social part of it, and please help us with one message, one powerful word that you would want to share with the youth of this country, of the youth of this globe.
That's a difficult challenge.
Sorry for putting you all in a spot. I know that we were not able to connect with you earlier. And ladies and gentlemen out there who are watching us, believe you me, this is all impromptu. No one knew what question is going to fall into their bucket. So it's just a beautiful conversation, and we are meeting each other for the first time.
I am very confident with our youth. I will tell them we need you, and you have new ideas, and there is a lot of work for these new challenges with, of course, environment and having a society more with more equality.
A very loving namaste.
For food, for especially. Try to know what you have inside you.
Yeah.
And what motivation is very important, and you will be connected to your body, to your mind, and to the earth and the world.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christine. I think one important point that she really made is that please know what is inside you. I think you should do what your heart tells you to do. So Raki, your one message to the youth out there, and of course, since we are celebrating Embrace Equity, so for the ladies first, and of course, including all the boys there.
What I would say is respect is always is earned only by action, not by self-gratification. So your work has to speak for itself. And for me, as a teacher, the three things that I like to imbibe is knowledge of ingredients, equipment, and technique. And what I go by, the quote is, a good education can change anyone, but a good teacher can change everything. So that's what I want to go down in history as a good teacher, an amazing teacher in this industry. And do what your heart desires, follow your passion, but it has to be combined with a lot of hard work, and you will get your due respect.
Absolutely. Ankita, yours.
Yeah, I think one message to everyone is, all of us talk about hard work, etc., but attention to detail. I think that really makes you apart from a lot of other people around you, and that's what will make you competitive. Another piece would be networking. So two messages: attention to detail and networking. It really takes you a long way.
Yeah. Thank you, Sneha. And finally, yours.
As I always say, and talking to this young group of people, as we see so many youngsters here, I would just like to say one thing, that do not make very lofty goals. Work towards whatever you want to achieve, but work towards it, each day. Plan to grow each day. Make daily goals. It'll be very easy for you to attain them.
Thank you. And Vita, finally yours. And then I'll share mine to end it all.
Totally agree with everything everybody has said. Even one tiny step forward is better than no steps. Tiny goals, working forward, never looking back, and totally believe in yourself. But make sure that you calculate all your risks, okay?
Yes.
Risk-taking is amazing, but calculated risk-taking is far better, okay? Think twice, always have plan A, but always have plan B, and ask for help.
And today's world have plan C as well, by the way.
Yes, is even more important.
Thank you, beautiful ladies. I'm going to end it up with my 3 PWs as well for all of you all out there, for the students out there, for the people watching us on the YouTube, and for the entire team. But I would first say, जो आंधियों से गुजरते हैं, वो तूफान का थम समझते हैं. गर कश्ती जो डूबे, वो लहरों की मस्ती समझते हैं. So I'm sorry, I'm going to tell you later, but now I'm going to leave you with the 3 PWs, which are actually my success mantra, as I call them. And that would be my 3 Paramveer Chakra. It is the highest gallantry award in the Indian Army. So my 3 P's for you. Please stay passionate about what you do in life. My first P. My second P, persevere. Please keep persevering because it's very important to reach your goal. And keep looking pretty, ladies and gentlemen. I've learned it from Facebook. No, I'm not talking about the makeup at all, but just keep your character, your work, your hard work, your integrity very, very pretty. And that's what's going to make you stand tall and stand out in the crowd. My 3 V's for you. Your vision has to be very, very clear, which is your focus in life. Please keep smiling. You would have noticed we've been smiling all along. We've got these beautiful faces out here. So please stay happy. Enjoy your life. It's so important to enjoy every minute of your life. Pandemic has taught us a lot. We don't know what's going to be there tomorrow. When the top 5 of these are in order, believe you me, the last victory has to be at your doorstep. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Sanchari, for having us here. I'll share my story some other time, but thank you, Dr. Subarno. God bless you all. And congratulations to all the beautiful people out there. A very, very happy International Women's Day. And let's all do together. Embrace equity. Let's see you all on the camera. Yes, let's embrace equity. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Major Aditi. As always, this has been an absolutely powerful session. And I'm certain all of us have learned so much from all the amazing, beautiful, powerful women out here. Just to basically let you know that to come ahead and close this session, we have another amazing woman who is joining us all the way from London, but then that would be through a video message, none other than Miss Anita Medrita, who happens to be the Special Advisor to the Secretary General of UNWTO. She could not be here today joining us because of a prior commitment, but then she's here in spirit with us, and there's a beautiful message that she has gone ahead and shared with all us wonderful, wonderful women. I'll request my IT team to specially go ahead and connect and play the video for us.
Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization. It is my immense pleasure to be with you here today at this important time, IIHM's celebration of the invaluable role of women, as together we celebrate UN SDG number 5, gender equality and women's empowerment. I congratulate, as always, IIHM and Dr. Bose especially in being such champions of the UN SDGs. Today's IIHM International Conference on Women in Hospitality is an important message to the IIHM community and the global hospitality world that we as a global community must continue to make every effort to ensure true, dignified inclusivity of girls and women across our great industry. Inclusivity that honors the unique perspective that women bring to every element of the visitor experience. Inclusivity that celebrates diversity and human characteristics, customs and culture across the world that we are blessed to travel. and inclusivity that is supported by all within the hospitality community, men and other women alike. As many of you know, in 2022, the UNWTO established a set of guidelines that put women's empowerment at the heart of global restart of tourism. As Secretary General Zurab Bololikashvili said clearly, the restart of tourism must include everyone, and the benefits must be enjoyed by all. Tourism has proven itself a true champion of gender equality. As we know today, we cannot, however, establish a model of 50-50 when we're trying to achieve equality. Today, all of us, dear friends, need to pursue an understanding of a model that asks 100% of us all, 100% support, 100% faith, and 100% commitment. We must ensure that the progress that continues to be made is truly sustainable. Ensuring equality is achieved through thoughtful policies that embed doing the right thing, the right way, at the right time, and for the right impact. Ensuring ongoing monitoring of impact quantitatively and, importantly, qualitatively. And of course, dear friends, ensuring we support the upliftment of women's capabilities and opportunities through investment in development, not simply by placement. Of great importance, we all must make sure that we champion women through growth and aspiration, never placing women in positions simply because of their gender. Our responsibility, dear friends, our honor is in creating a future of tourism and hospitality that we can all be proud of, which means each of us giving women 100% of our support as they, a critical 50% of our global community, hold up the sky for us all. Dhanyavad. A very loving namaskar. My name is Anita Menderotta, Special Advisor to the Secretary
Right, ladies
General.
and gentlemen, that was Miss Anita Menderotta all the way from UK. And as the first session has come to an end, very many thanks to everybody who was a part of our Power Pact session. I'm sure everybody has really learned a lot, and it has been a very enjoyable session for all of us at the start of it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to go to the next slot, and the next slot happens to be another very power-packed session. The topic happens to be female entrepreneurship in developing countries, opportunities and challenges. And to invite in the panelists for this session, I would like to invite in our first panelist, Chef Aditi Handa. Chef Aditi Handa happens to be the chef and founder, The Baker's Dozen. Chef Handa, founder of The Baker's Dozen, who has been spearheading the sourdough bread narrative in India for a decade. When she started Baker's Dozen in 2013, her idea was clear: to draw attention back to the age-old goodness of sourdough bread and put it on every dining table as an essential commodity. The Indian baker turning the spotlight on sourdough bread while building an 18 crore bread business. A very warm welcome to you, Chef Handa. It is such a pleasure to have you here today with us. Thank you so much for joining in. To join in, Chef Handa, we have another very, very dynamic lady, our very own Ms. Shabnam Haldar, who happens to be the director of Iihm Ahmedabad. A very warm welcome to you, Shabnam, and thank you so much for joining here today. We have our next lady joining in this panel, and that happens to be Miss Abhilasha Chandak, who is a brand host and celebrity chef of Dinot Celebrity Chef Abhilasha Chandak. She's an award-winning chef and a cookbook author. She won the Hype Culinary Challenge in 2015. She wrote the Abhi's Cookbook. She has been an acclaimed finalist of MasterChef India. A very warm welcome to you, Chef Abhilasha. Such a pleasure to have you join us here today, all the way from UK. To join them, we also have Miss Trupti Wesley. She's on her way right now. She's about to join in any time. She happens to be the owner of the Chiku Tree Project and Kabau Sarai, which has been in the trade for 17 years right now. In 2002, she went to the Oberoi School after studying economics, and after graduating from there, worked with the Oberoi Group until 2014. We have our next panelist for the day here in the slot, who happens to be Ms. Sushmita Dasgupta, who is a very renowned tea artist, business ideator, brand and sensory marketing specialist. She has been into the business for about 24 years with a lot of professional experience. She has been a sensory marketing expert, a tea artist, corporate and personal brand strategist as well, and also a content strategist. She also conducts several tea and mindfulness workshops. Among her other achievements, she has also received the Best Influencer Award and also the Women Achiever Award. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and such a pleasure to see you here today. To join them, we also have Ms. Kasturi Banerjee, who is the founder and director of Still Distilling Spirits. Banker turned bartender, Kasturi has always been fascinated with the world of wine and spirits, and the journey to banker turned bartender started in the year 2019 after 14 years of working with finances. She has several certifications in wines and spirit, and she's an advocate for intelligent drinking options, especially for women. She's also one to bring out India's first golden rum called the Makaizai, and she's the founder of Makaizai Rum. A very, very warm welcome to Ms. Kasturi Banerjee as well. All the very best to Ms. Shabnam as she goes ahead and moderates this particular panel for the day.
Thank you so much, Santari ma'am, for giving me the opportunity and handing the panel of esteemed guests out here. I'm not gender biased at all, but when men introduce a man and say, hi, hello, I'm so-and-so, I work here, and that's what I am. But when a lady introduces a lady, it is always with a smile and say, how are you? What's happening? How is family? How is work? And then we come to a professional introduction. So I hope you all are fantastic. The smile says it all. Now, getting back, to the tough topic, nowadays it is no more of, trust me, saying entrepreneur, a male entrepreneur or a female entrepreneur, who is the founder, just a Mr. or a Miss. We are trending in the zone of world where we have started saying we are pregnant. Trust me, why I'm saying this. God has created a lady to, carry the child in the womb, but our better halves have started claiming it and saying, look, we are pregnant. Okay, so we are ruling on that zone of world. But yes, I feel any opportunity, and you all would agree with me, that comes up, be a male or a female, a lady or a gentleman, has to walk along with a challenge. No opportunities comes and tells you, look, I'm here alone and you can just have a gala time with me. It doesn't happen like that. So now all over the world, I feel entrepreneurs face challenges, but yes, women in return, even more. As far as I have learned, I've studied, I've heard stories, because their identification in the marketplace, and the network is limited, both economic and political. The access to the market has always been historically, since many years behind till now, has been denied to women in a way to stop them, to be independent and active in the economy. It is always good to walk, along with a successful man, as we say. Again, it is no more like that every successful man has a woman behind. Now it has a woman walking alongside. But yes, when it comes to the independence and the country economy accepting the leadership of women, I think still there are a few frowns, still there are certain wrinkles into the system. I'm not saying of any particular gender, but into the system. So I would start off with Chef Aditi for sure. We say that, if you have to win a man's heart, it has to be through the stomach. I think now it is both ways. A lady doesn't say a yes very easily unless and until you treat them really well. Okay, so how have you made your way long through breaking these myths, I should say these myths, and reaching where you are, walking on the forefront, leading with example as a female entrepreneur? So how has the system, to be precise, treated you out here?
Thank you, Shabnam. And hello to all my fellow panelists. So I actually grew up in a family of entrepreneurs, but I grew up in a family with all brothers and no sisters. on my mom's side and on my dad's side. And what was strange is when we were growing up, whether we were boys or girls, we were always treated the same. We were given the same freedom, we were given the same responsibility, we were expected to perform the same duty. So whilst growing up, this entire thing that I must behave differently than what my brothers have to, or a man will earn for me and I don't need to earn, those sort of concepts did not exist in my mind. And I feel when we started the Baker's Dozen, or even when I started my entrepreneurial journey pre-Baker's Dozen, I've never thought of myself as a female. I've never thought of that to be a limitation. Instead, it's an asset most times. But I feel if I don't treat myself differently, if I treat myself as an individual, the people around me eventually treat me like that. And obviously, there must be biases. There are biases people try to bring in. But if you don't see that for yourself, you can just choose to ignore it and move on. And it's suddenly not a bottleneck at all. That's my belief on it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chef Aditi. Going forward to Shushmita ma'am.
Shabnam, I'm sorry, I have to just interrupt your panel. Just to mention that we have just received a regret from Ms. Kasturi because of an unforeseen circumstance. She would not be able to join in today, but definitely she has sent her best wishes to everybody out here.
Absolutely fine, ma'am. We are going to catch up on the chair very soon after this. No problem. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to Shushmita, ma'am. Ma'am, now since we are talking about the entrepreneurship in developing countries, so yes, if we have to do a research, both national and international, there are several factors that actually contribute for the increase in female, entrepreneurship success stories abroad. So this includes, there can be different reasons. Desire of independence, people have forgotten to stop, have mark and say, oh, we cannot go beyond. There is no limit to be, working on yourself and to be developing, growing your own self. Yeah. So creative skills in doing hobby work, some way or the other, are working to a large extent of producing female entrepreneurs in the country and international. So tea is a very small word, but it is a world of many people. Yeah, the variations in tea that has come up on the floor, the way you explore tea, visit places, it is a great affair and a big deal in today's world. So what is your journey of being a tea caution entrepreneur and taking it to a height where people have started recognizing it? You are one of the panel entrepreneurs who are working on the beverage industry and really with full force taking it out that people no more can ignore it. So what is it behind, ma'am?
Thank you so much first, Shabnam. And thanks, Dr. Bose. Thanks, Sanchari. It's always pleasure, being with you, all of you, and talking. And this is a wonderful occasion. See, my introduction to tea was accidental. I didn't plan to do that because I was already running another company which has nothing to do with food, beverages, etc. It was hardcore marketing consulting company, as Sanchari was mentioning. Tea happened accidentally. And since I am not from the industry, I'm not from the tea industry as such, of course, now I am part of the tea industry. So I didn't know the rules of the tea industry. I didn't know the rules of what happens in F&B and stuff like that. So I simply did what I felt is the right thing to do for me. So I started doing things which nobody was doing. That's what I found out. Because everywhere in India, they do tea tasting. I don't do tea tasting. I do tea appreciation. There is nothing called tea education in India, though we have been producing tea for the last 250 years. So I thought, okay, if we are doing wine education and other education, why not we do tea education? So again, that's something that happened first. And of course, on my first batch went out with Iihm, with all of your students. The other thing is that I thought, okay, now people are talking about tea. They're getting interested about tea. Tea was something when I first started,
Why should I learn tea? What is the idea of learning tea? Because this is the drink I take in the morning to go to the loo. From there to being a gourmet experience, you know. So as I was thinking that visiting different hotels, five-star hotels and luxury hotels, that there are a lot of tea rooms in Indian good hotels, but if I ask the server, they may not be able to explain what is this tea, how it is to be taken, or what is to be paired with. So I thought, why not train the F&B people so that they know how to do this exactly the way they do it for wine. So none of these things, I don't think anybody was doing it before, but it's like finding those blue ocean areas where you can pick up stuff and without thinking you do those things, because I thought those are the gap areas that are available and do it. And once it started, I think I also started presenting tea in champagne flute and whiskey glasses and all those kind of things. So people really liked it when I put a Darjeeling in a champagne flute, because Darjeeling is called the champagne of tea. So people like those ideas. So literally it is because I was not coming from the industry, I had no baggage. I thought, let me do whatever I feel is the right thing to do, and somehow it has worked.
So that's called experiments leads to inventions. Why not, nurture on something which is a part of our daily life? Absolutely perfect.
Yes, absolutely experience, but also it's like believing in what I want to do, believing in what I want to do. Because I thought tea is a very underrated beverage in India. It has not been given the right amount of respect. Like if you go to Europe, the amount of respect that you get in tea, it's not there in India. Of course, because we were not trained. We were trained to make the best quality of tea in the world, but we were never trained how to drink those tea. So of course, it's not our mistake. We were not trained to do that. But I think we should learn that. We should love it. We should respect it, and that's the only thing I thought about.
Absolutely, absolutely. We would hear much more, Sushmita, ma'am, from you down the line. So coming to Chef Abhilasha, now, Chef, the number of startups and the success rate, if you have to talk about female entrepreneurship, is still to an extent weak due to the absence of, adequate skills and training and relevant experiences of the women coming and showing up. There might be, we cook every day at home. We are, and the family is being fed on that. Yeah, they appreciate, they like it. It brings a smile to the faces. So it's not that we don't know. It's not that, we can't get into the business. But I think lack of awareness, lack of education, lack of bringing the skills up and highlighted is always a problem. How, as an individual chef, you feel that you would contribute to the society in terms of educating the people, the women, the children, right from, their teens, that look, if you are good in it, if you're baking it so well, why don't you do it at a larger scale? So how do you think would take it up on your shoulder, Chef, and encourage the teens to come up with more and more of them themselves?
Thanks, Shabnam. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dr. Bose and my fellow panelists. It's my pleasure to join here today. And what a wonderful question asked to me, because I feel that it is so personal to me, because I would be an accidental chef myself. If it was not for MasterChef, I wouldn't be a chef. I would like to call myself a glorified home cook. Like you said, we all cook in our homes, but we never come out in public and take it up on ourselves to become an entrepreneur and make a business out of it. And I did it because maybe I got the platform, I got the runway, and then I started flying. Having said that, today's generation, all you kids out there who are listening to us, you understood that this is your calling and then you joined IIHM. But having said that, a lot of people still don't know what they want to do. And I think we as parents, as the next generation, should teach our kids that no matter which field you want to get into, you should be able to put yourself out there in public as women without, thinking as to what the public will say. Just be out there, try, experiment for yourself. And then if you like it, you continue. Being in Europe for the last few years have now taught me that people actually do it here more than they do in developing countries. There is still some sort of stigma when, when a person wants to do something out of being a doctor, engineer, or the usual professions. But when you want to be a chef, when you want to do something out of ordinary, I wouldn't say it's looked down upon, but it's still something that's frowned upon. And having said that, I mean, because they think that there is no money in it, there is not a lot of success in the truest sense. How do I put it in words? I mean, success is still not rated. It's still rated on a particular scale. But things are changing. We are progressing towards an equal society. And as women, as teens, I would like to talk in general. I don't like to do the gender biased and talk about women and men separately. We are all sitting on an equal platform here, and having these panelists of women doesn't mean that we are talking differently from what men would talk about here. So having said that, I feel that it is our duty to make sure that we give our kids that equal platform for them to just set sail and start flying in whichever direction they want to, whether they want to be in any profession they want to be. So that's what I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely. Same, agree to what you said, second that. Coming back to Chef Aditi, Chef, you have done your higher education, in culinary, in bakery, from an international zone. Now, if we have to go by statistics, we still have women taking up, enrolling in higher education around the world at a very shiver stage. When I say shiver stage, we still, I have to get the gender out here. We still think, trust me, lot many outskirt parts of different countries, still feels marriage or family or just get into earning or higher education for females. When males, it is always given the first priority. No, you go for it, we will see behind. We still have it, unfortunately, around in the corners of the world. So why I'm putting this question to you is because you have done it yourself, gone international, explored, have got buckets and baskets and pots of knowledge and using the equipments that you use in your day-to-day life. You're of knowledge and you're back to the country and you're ruling in the city, opening up outlets with absolute glamour and talking about your product, reaching it out to the plates of the households, and people are coming back with appreciation. Word of mouth is going, from the corner to corner. So what do you feel, Chef Aditi? How is it important or necessary at the moment for the female to think entrepreneurs, even entrepreneurial aspect, to go for higher education, learn about it, and come and implement back, contributing to your own society?
Shabnam, I feel education or getting the right skill set for whatever job you choose to do is absolutely essential. It does not matter whether you're a boy or a girl, but you must absolutely get the right skill set for the job that you intend to do. And I remember when we started Baker's Dozen, and in a few years, we would get a lot of fathers writing to me or calling me or coming and meeting me at the store saying, listen, my daughter wants to go abroad and study, but it's going to be super expensive. Is it worth it or not? And my simple question would be that, is she going to come back and take up a job, or is she going to stay back over there and work? What's the purpose of this education? And they're like, no, she has to come back and start her own business. And I was like, okay, then she needs to get the right skill set. And to me, education has to be gender neutral. It does not matter whether you're a boy or a girl, but if you are going to do a job, you need to go get the right skill set. And if the skill set doesn't lie in India, it lies abroad. And if it's expensive, it is worth paying for. I always joke and tell my dad that we spent a few $1,000s on my education when I went to the culinary world in New York City, but we've made a business of about 45 crores out of it. So, those few $1,000s now seem like peanuts of a price that you've put. So it's always important to do. I am a little bit biased towards girls. I feel when girls put in that extra bit in their education, they've had to work really hard to get there. They've had to fight a lot of biases, and hence at times we work harder to prove ourselves. So if I had to pick and choose between a guy and a girl, and if I had limited funds, it's definitely going to the girl. There is no question about it.
Absolutely. Okay, so I think the nicest part of life is or in a growth of your career for everybody is if you are able to find out the challenge. I think you're done. You're 90% there, and you will definitely be able to sort it. The problem comes when you're not able to identify the problem itself. If you have identified it, then the solution is right there. Now, going to Shushmita ma'am, as I said, every opportunity I mentioned started off with it comes with a challenge. Now, what do you think idol in Durga, I would definitely talk about an Indian, perspective. Yes, Durga has got 10 hands, and I've not seen Mahadev, or I've not seen, Ganpati coming up with 10 hands. So that is the idealistic picture. We cannot deny it. Okay, we are still living in that world and worship Durga having 10 hands. Now, my point to is, Shushmita ma'am, so a lady since birth is into diversified channels, willingly or unwillingly. Where do you find a challenge in the growth line from a girl of 7 to 8 years when they have started identifying, I like this and I don't like this. Oh, this is good for me and this is not good for me. Or started comparing with the outer world. From there to coming at the age of 17 and 18 and enrolling themselves to a career path. What challenges do you see down the line in, different phase of a girl's storyline, a lifeline, reaching there where you all are at the moment? From that 7-8 year old to you, or to me, or to them, or to everybody who is in the panel today.
Very interesting question. See, when we were growing up, we didn't have cable, we didn't have internet, we had this phone which is to make tring noise. And that also, we were very extremely lucky. We would have a television set at home. That's the time we grew up. So our aspiration and dreams were very different than what the girls and boys of today's world think about. So I don't think it is an issue what they think at the age of 7-8 years, because that time, oh, my daughter is thinking like this, it's so cute, and those kind of stuff. The problem happens once they are becoming adult. Now, instead of giving my views, I'll tell you a story that I have experienced myself. As I also do personal branding for people. So there was this girl who had called me up from Chennai a couple of years back. And I remember her story because you will understand why I'm saying this. She wanted to do some business. She wanted to start something to do with clothing and fashion and stuff like that. And she was very excited and etc. So we talked for some times and kind of framed what she can do, what she can offer, etc., etc. And then I asked, so when do you think you can start this? And she was like about 21, 22 years old. She was just finishing her college. And she said, no, I have to ask my parents whether I can do this business. And that kind of, it was like a jhatka. It was like I couldn't believe that this girl is telling me this, that she has to take permission from her parents to even start thinking about putting up a business that she wants to do. So my challenge or her challenge was not that she was not willing to do it. Her challenge was that will her parents, give acceptance, will have the acceptance and allow her. Allow is the word, because she used this. I don't know if they will allow me to do. Now, I don't know if a boy would ever say this, very frankly. They will take it for granted. But a woman has to take permission from everybody, even the neighbor's dog, perhaps. So, that's the kind of challenge that I see in 21st century in a metro city like Chennai. Okay, I live in Bangalore, in Calcutta, but this is from Chennai, and this is not an isolated story. When I do my personal branding classes, etc., I see that the way a guy comes and they're so much sure and confident what they want to do. But a girl always comes with an imposter syndrome. Am I good enough? Am I getting this? Will I be able to do that? And that all comes from how the parents have, supported them, showed them, etc., etc. Now, if I have to give you my example, I finished my college and immediately I got a very good job. I come from a business family, but my father did not ask me to join the business. But he was very happy that I joined a company which is $4 billion company. So he was very happy you're joining a multinational and stuff like that. But he never asked me, ki, Acha, come and join my business. But when after 10 years, when I left that job and I was the head of marketing, etc., and I quit and did my MBA, then he said, why don't you come and join the family business? Because then he was confident I was able to do that while he trained my brother to run the business. You know, so it's not that we were treated differently. At home, we had a very fair home. Everybody was equal and stuff. But you know, these are the things which will take people to get out of it in a very long. It will take long time. So these are the challenges that I see.
Ma'am, I think the word is acceptance. We still have to open up a little more broader, you know, than what we are now, accepting that no, it's not about he or she in this era.
I'll tell you what. When we talk about, see, globally, there are more than 30% of all entrepreneurship are women. 30%, little more than 30%. In India, it is less than 14% entrepreneurship. You know, you can already see a very vast, and interestingly, New Zealand is the best place for women entrepreneurs. No wonder, right?
Yes.
Now, the thing is not about whether a woman can say, I want this, I dream this, and etc. The thing is that have we brought up the girl in a way that she can think that she can think? We are not doing that.
How are we?
We are not putting the confidence. We are still, see, I have been listening to the panel a little while back, and if it was a panel of men, I would not have heard these sentences like, my husband was very helpful. Nobody would have said my wife was very helpful. My in-laws helped me to do that. They allowed me to do this. I had a man behind me, walking behind me. You know, these are the sentences we will not hear when men talk. But we feel guilty that we are doing this. We are not looking after our husbands and wives and sundry people. And it is our responsibility to everything. So I have to show gratitude at the drop of a hat every time. That is the mindset that needs to be changed.
I think, the generations, ma'am, are changing, and the people who are, you know, growing up and nurturing themselves as the generation of the country, ma'am, they're changing, and they're starting from me and you, I and, you know, he or I and she. Ma'am, they're coming back to the we format because now nobody is ready to give it away. Trust me, all of us.
My nephew is 22 years old, and I see how gender neutral he is.
Exactly. Yes.
So I am very hopeful that in the next 20 years things might change. But as things stand today, it is not as good. But I'm hoping that my nephew and his generation is going to change it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Coming to Chef Abhilasha, Chef, now women coming up, marching, you know, with such a pace. The children have started saying, trust me, in number of multiple households I have seen. Now going abroad is, you know, I think just signing few papers, it is as easy as that. It is no more a dream come true. Trust me, for the generation. So we all have extended family abroad. So we start comparing with our children and our cousins' children, or, you know, our sisters and our brothers coming up abroad. So if I have to talk on a global basis, I have seen that it's evident. Kids have started saying, I will be like my mom. Trust me, it is no more like you have to, follow the family tradition. It is not bad, but we couldn't have thought of in our times, you know, somebody saying, oh, my mom is doing this, I'm proud of her, and I want to be like her. Yeah, so we've got a lot of examples around. So again, how do you think is a lady entrepreneur globally tuning their next generations to take up their business?
You know, I think it's a wrong question to ask to me. My daughter is only 2 months old. I will be able to answer this question in a few years
Chef,
down the line.
I'm
But jokes
preparing you
apart,
for it. I'm preparing you
jokes
for
apart,
it.
jokes apart, I feel that yes, we are. I hope she says the same thing, that I would like to be like my mother. And yes, I mean, even if I have an iota of what my mom did for us, I mean, the women, the kind of sacrifices we make for our children. It's not about, being an entrepreneur or working, but the amount of sacrifices a woman makes to make the person, to make our kids the people that they are, cannot be discounted. It should never be discounted. So the next generation, whether they say that I want to be like my mom or I want to be like my dad, I would rather say that the next generation should not try to be like us, but be better than us, and take our shortcomings as an example, and learn from our mistakes and do better. And I feel that when we talk about the global platform, how we are nurturing our kids, I think India is doing fantastic. I live abroad, and now I have the weighing scale, and I can match that. People in India dedicate their time to the next generation. uh, Over here, I would say that yes, people do spend time with their children, but they still make their children more independent. And I mean, for the lack of a better word, I feel that they are a little less emotional. Uh, but I feel emotions is what makes us human, right? So, having said that, in India, people invest a lot in their children, not in terms of their money only, but also the emotions and the time that they spend with their children, which is something which is phenomenal, I would say. And that builds the character, which is why Indians are ruling the world. I mean, whether we talk about Indian women, whether we talk about the UK Prime Minister who has Indian roots. So I would say that investing in your child, spending time with the child, is as important as spending money to go abroad and study, or to to give them that platform. Because I think Aditi mentioned, that a few £1,000 or a few $1,000 means nothing in the long run. Investing in education is one thing, but what makes your character is the kind of upbringing, the kind of we give our children. And I think India is, again, coming back to India, because India has done phenomenally in that field, and the Westerners need to learn from us.
Absolutely. We always, yes, we love our country. The world is growing, and we are happy to be a part of it at an equal pace. Okay. Tough question, Aditi. Okay. So being into the entrepreneurial journey, and walking hand to hand, toe to toe with other entrepreneurs. I'm not going into the gender format. Yeah. So what is the if I can use the word, competitive edge that you have as a lady entrepreneur, that you feel gets a little easy in terms of, crossing the levels and reaching heights in the journey of entrepreneurship?
I feel empathy is a very important skill women have by nature. Just for some reason, this is, I'm not saying men don't, men also do, but I feel more women end up having it as part of our DNA. And I feel as we are growing, as we are becoming more global, people are more exposed. They feel comfortable enough to have a viewpoint which is different than what their counterparts may have, or fellow batchmate may have, or their own families may have. I think if you can empathize where a fellow team member is coming from, and understand the logic behind it, and then be on the same path, having the same goal, makes you a better leader. And I find that is a very unique thing I've been able to pick up and to take my team forward compared to some of my counterparts.
Absolutely. Perfect. So I think a quick wind up to the session. We love with some we work with some fantastic men around the globe in our organization, around us. Yeah. We cannot do with them. They are our better halves at home, at work, and in our business. trust us, like we are for them, they are for us as well. So I think God bless them and God bless us. God will have to balance in terms of giving out the blessings, because now this world is a competition for being better, irrespective of the gender. Everybody is putting in their best, trying to, both men and women is contributing to the global economy to a very, very large extent, getting out their entrepreneurship ideas, getting into execution, and definitely taking it to the next level, crossing the barriers. So I think the word barrier or a challenge should always be taken as a positive word, as a positive note, because unless and until we have them, we will not be able to cross it and get onto the next age. The moment we get onto the comfort zone, I think there is a probability of just getting stopped there, which is not a very healthy scenario. So thank you, ladies, gentlemen, students, and ladies who have been hearing us for so long. It was a fantastic discussion. Everything has been noted. Don't be surprised if the students quote your statements that you have shared with us now and say, you know what, we have heard you then and you have been fantastic. I'm sure they're going to reach out now or then, because it is a world of technology, and students have already started tagging you from all corners. That's what I'm saying. Don't get bothered. Don't get surprised. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody, for being out here on this platform. Take care. Rise high, shine high. The world is more in our hands, as we have more hands than men. So let's do justice to it. Love you all. Take care and God bless. Over to you, Santari ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shabnam. A very good afternoon again back to everybody. And thank you so much to a wonderful panel discussion that we have had today. I think the insight was really strong, and a lot of focus has been done on the diversity, right? And definitely it has been a great, great time for all of us to listen to the inputs shared by Chef Handa, by Abhilasha, and definitely by Sushmita ma'am. Thank you so much, Shabnam, for the great inputs for all our students, because I'm certain all the students have really been encouraged by the pointers that has been shared today. It has really encouraged a lot of our women students, right, who would be progressing into their careers in hospitality tomorrow. It is very important for them to be open towards these ideas and the facts that has been laid today by our amazing panel. And that's exactly the intent. That's the vision of Dr. Bose, of having everyone together for understanding and definitely empowering a lot of women, and definitely getting a lot of women and girls today to educate themselves in hospitality education and definitely ruin the world because of the empathy, because of the technical skills, and basically understanding the fact that they are also equal and they are a very important part of this segment. Thank you very much, Shabnam. Thank you so much, Chef Handa, Bhilasha, and definitely Sushmita ma'am for being a part of this section today. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving very soon to the... Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, ma'am. We are very, very encouraged by all of you being here today. And we are very sure that everybody is really educating themselves, enjoying themselves. This is just the on-start of the program today that is going to be continuing till late evening in India. And I'm certain everybody who is watching us online across the different channels that we are running this, across YouTube, across Facebook, are really, really thrilled. And definitely they are also, going to be going ahead and talking about this to everyone else, because this entire focus is about women. The entire focus is about celebration of women and definitely hospitality that we all belong in. So before we move out to the next particular panel discussion, which is going to be another very, very interesting one with chefs, I definitely would request my IT team to go ahead and give us a small break. By the time all of you can reach out for your coffee mugs, for your tea, whatever you would like to have as a beverage, and come back soon as we move ahead for the third panel slot very soon again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here and staying here with us. And as we start with the next slot for the afternoon, I'm extremely happy to introduce to you the next slot, the third slot of the day. And this happens to be on the topic, Women Chefs of Today, Breaking the Male Bastion. This is again a very, very encouraging topic for every woman who would basically want to be a chef tomorrow, and also about the life of chefs, as a woman. A very, very interesting topic which has been put together. And I would like to introduce to you the panel. The panel for the slot would be starting with none other than our chef, Sarah Hartnett. Chef Sarah Hartnett is a pastry chef and a chocolate consultant, and she's a creator of Hartnett's Artisan Chocolate. She also happens to be the brand ambassador of Calibo at the moment. A very, very warm welcome to you, chef, joining us all the way from London. Talking about her, she's an Irish pastry chef and chocolatier, with about 20 years of international and five-star hospitality experience to the years of international and, exquisite creations. There's a huge list of awards and achievements that she carries with her, which includes participating at the Queen's first official Jubilee launch at Waltham Forest 2012. And she's also appointed as the co-chairman for the Annual Awards of Excellence for the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts 2015. We are absolutely encouraged and inspired by the presence of Chef Sarah Hartnett with us today. A very warm welcome to you, Chef. And joining you in the panel would be Chef Noreen Sheikh. Chef Noreen Sheikh happens to be our final year student of Iihm, who has shown excellent courage and persistence in the learning and passion towards culinary. She also has made us very, very proud by winning the bronze title at the Young Chef Olympiad 2023. A very, very warm welcome to you, Chef Noreen. We are so happy to have you here today in this particular panel with Chef Sarah. And joining them, we have Chef Madhumita Krishnaswamy, who is the founder and CEO of Makers of Bakers. And she's a proud alumni of Iihm Bangalore campus and was also the elected student representing India for Young Chef Olympiad in the year 2019. Her passion and excellence speaks for herself, and she's doing wonders with her new venture, Makers of Bakers, and is an inspiration to many, many young culinary entrepreneurs, and also working currently as a sous chef at one of the biggest restaurants here in Karnataka. A very warm welcome to you, Chef Madhumita. We are absolutely encouraged by your presence here today with us. And we also have Chef Garima Poddar. Chef Garima Poddar is an Indian celebrity chef and a model known for her title, which she has won as the Iihm Young Chef India Schools. She's also known as Gary after her favorite judge in MasterChef Australia. At the age of 17, she was honored by Dr. Shubhano Bose as he draped a national flag across her shoulder. The chef, author, nutritionist, and TEDx speaker was hailed one of the top 100 women achievers of India by the country's then President, Sri Pranab Mukherjee in 2016. We are absolutely honored, Chef Garima, to be present here today, and we are so happy to have you all here. We shall also be joined by Chef Preeti Bonzo, all the way from Maldives in some time right now. And while she's joining in, we would be going ahead and starting the panel. And for that, I would like to basically have the pleasure of Chef Garima taking up the mentorship.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the lovely introduction and the beautiful words. I'm so glad to be here. And hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to you all. And I'm so glad that we're speaking on the topic, Women Chef of Today, Breaking the Male Bastion. Just to start with, I believe that we should live in a world where every girl can maximize her potential and have a bright future, full of enormous opportunity and success in front of her, because her gender does not limit her capability. I believe that every woman and girl should she desire, have her voice heard. And I feel when it comes to women in the kitchen, it's just not women in the kitchen, women in every field. When we start with Kalpana Chawla being the first woman, Indian-born woman to go into space, or we talk about breaking stereotypes like Lieutenant Shivangi, who's the first Indian woman in the Navy. So we've come across various such people who've created these iconoclastic images where they have challenged the stereotype. And we all are here today to discuss on this delightful topic, which is very close to each one of us because we have experienced it in our personal lives. Being a chef myself, when I was in the UK and I was pursuing my master's degree, I have faced when I used to go in the kitchen for jobs, I was told, perform a front of the house job because you're a girl, you're better suited for that. And I've experienced it myself. And it obviously came to me as a surprise in the beginning, but then later on, I did get some opportunities with people who were nicer and more accepting of women and gender equality. But yes, it has been a tough journey, and I'm sure you all have something to share as well. So I'm going to let Sarah take on and share her views.
Well, good morning from the UK, everybody. I know it's afternoon where you are. I'm delighted to join the panel. And I always find this a very interesting topic, very interesting for a lot of different reasons, because I've always grown up, I have 3 brothers, and growing up, I always felt like I was one of the team in the family. And I wasn't really treated very differently. You know, sometimes girls do the housework at home, they do the cooking, and it's natural. And I think there are sometimes the instances in the very beginning where the men and the boys are learning that that's what the woman's role is. So I think that sets a sort of stereotype from the very beginning. So I really feel it's a difficult conversation sometimes because I don't feel like we should be different. I don't feel like anybody should be treated differently. And I wonder if the roles were reversed, you know, how would the men that we know in our lives, how would they react to being treated differently because they're not a woman? So I often kind of think I don't want more and I don't want to be treated differently because I'm a woman. I want to be treated the same, even though I'm not a man. And I think that's very different because I think a lot of discussions around stereotype and gender equality, particularly, I feel it sometimes sounds like women are asking for more. And I think we're not asking for more. We're asking to not have less than what men have. But, you know, throughout different kitchens, as Garima said, you know, I started and I had lots of male bosses. It's just the way it is, you know, and sometimes they're female bosses. And very often you would make the tea. You know, if you're the trainee, you make the tea, but there was male trainees and they were never making the tea, they were drinking it. And, you know, you just accept it, you need to get on. And I was keen to learn, I wanted to fit in, and I did my best. And I had a butchery teacher when I was in college. And I know this is a very personal story, but I had a butchery teacher in college who told us he had 3 daughters and he was very disappointed because girls were useless and they shouldn't be in kitchens. And I was a very shy student and I don't know where it came from. And I said, you should be ashamed of yourself. I said, they could be 3 super women and you're already telling them they're not enough. And at the end of the 2 years of butchery, I came top of the class and the next 2 in line were both girls as well. Now, I probably had the advantage that my dad was a butcher at the time, but I didn't tell him that. But I used to practice and it used to drive me mad that he felt that we weren't as good because we weren't boys. And it just doesn't seem to be acceptable to me anymore. Why are anybody treated differently and why aren't they? So in a lot of professional kitchens, you know, different experiences with chefs, girls can't lift that. And I think, well, 2 of us can. So then 2 of us would lift the bag that you might have one guy lifting and the bag is lifted. What's the difference in who's lifting it? But I was lucky as well to have some executive chefs that once you put a uniform on, you're a chef. You're not male and you're not female, you're a chef and you're at work. And, you know, I think it's a great example to have as well from executive chefs and people that are responsible for these positions to treat everybody the same. And I think the onus shouldn't necessarily be on women to ask for more and to be recognized and appreciated. It should be from the people who maybe don't see it themselves every day. What are they going to do about it? You know, why will they treat people differently? Why will people get paid different amounts? You know, it's a huge topic. And I think it's really great to be discussing it because I think there are a lot of students in your groups. There are a lot of very strong, fierce female leaders in the IIHM group. You know, and it's super because you don't see them as men or women, you see them as leaders and people you can aspire to be like. And that's the way it should be. I don't ever remember hearing a man breaking a glass ceiling. When's the last time a man has suddenly done something that a woman hasn't? So why should we celebrate that women are achieving? It's natural, they're as good as men. So you can tell I feel quite strongly about this. But perhaps I should pass over to perhaps Noreen, if you'd like to pick up, because I think you have a different experience. I'm significantly older, so I think you might have a different viewpoint if you would like to join in.
Thank you, Sarah, for your lovely words. I'm so glad that you've shared with us your personal stories and the journey. And very rightly said, it's never too heavy for us, or it's not like we require help in the kitchen, but it's about teamwork, it's about acceptance, and it's about not having a day to celebrate in the sense where we have to celebrate Women's Day and not Men's Day. So you're saying what you said, it's absolutely right. And Nori, I'd like to give you the chance to speak and share your story and experience with us.
So, hello everyone. Very good evening from India. My name is Noreen Sheikh, and firstly, foremost, I would like to thank Sanchari ma'am for giving me this golden opportunity of being one of the panelists. It's an honor, ma'am, to be here. And Chef, it's an honor to meet everyone, and especially Chef Gariba Podda, because Chef, we are from the same school. And when I joined IIHM, before joining IIHM, I've heard a lot about Chef Garima. And even when I joined, like I'm the COVID batch 2020, we had a small project with the Chef Garima, and like I really idolize her, and it is so great to see her right now. On the topic, I definitely had like completely different experience. As you can see, I'm a tomboy, and my experience in the kitchen was more like a guy. I was treated like a guy rather than a girl. I'm being very honest with you. And it was like, the sense of brotherhood. Like I did my internship in France. So my chef was like, he was 57, and his name is Chef Maxime Duchamp. And he always used to tell me, you are a big, strong woman. Okay. There's nothing you cannot do. Like you have muscles and all. And he used to encourage me, like my teammates, my patisserie chef Clement Mola used to tell me the same thing. And I believe that, yes, definitely it's a very male dominated industry, but we have seen gradual rise of women in the industry, like growing chefs. And it is you people who inspire girls and women, to take up this journey, to take this as a career, to become chef. Definitely working in the kitchen is a tremendous hard work. It's not a piece of cake. And but I feel that what I have noticed is that boys have this sense of brotherhood. It is because of that sense of brotherhood that, working for them in the kitchen is a bit easier. So I believe that if we as women, if we also develop that sisterhood, that if I know something, I have some knowledge, I should pass on the same knowledge to, my colleague. If I have got some talent, some knowledge, some skill, I should pass it on to my colleague, so that if I am growing, my colleague is also growing with me. And apart from that, I believe that kitchen is a place, where a lot of bonding, a lot of I'm talking about my experience. Kitchen is a place where a lot of bonding happens. Like where I used to work, there were like the kitchen was divided between like male chefs and female chefs. So there was the equal number of chefs there. And I personally had a great experience working with chefs in France. And apart from that, I very strongly believe that we say this saying that behind the success of every man, there's the hand of women, correct? I believe that behind the success of every woman also, there's a hand of man. And the only reason I'm saying this, because right now, I got the bronze position in YCO. And I'm giving all the credit to my mentor, my Chef Dipto Majumdar. It is because of his hard work, that I was able to secure the position. So I believe women don't need any outer what you say push, because they themselves are very strong in themselves. If someone is creating some problem for you, it is because they are scared of your potential. They are scared of what you have got, what you could offer to the world, to the society. So I believe that there's no one day we need to celebrate Women's Day. Every day is Women's Day. Every day is Mother's Day. Every day is Father's Day. We are in ourselves are very empowered, strong women, and all we need to do as individual is that uplift other. We as human, we should uplift human. We should uplift other, because I very strongly believe that you are stronger than you think you are. So that's all from my side. Seriously, I want to thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity, because it's so lovely to see everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Noreen. Those were some fantastic words and very positive views on life and working and learning from each other. You're definitely right. Knowledge increases when it's shared, and we all truly believe in it. And as we believe in uplifting women, there are also men who support our journey. They're good people on the planet who help us become who we are. And I'd like to pass on the speaking thing to Madhumita. Chef Madhumita.
Hello.
Hi,
Yes.
Madhumita.
Hello. Hi. It's an absolute honor to be present today. Thank you, Sanchari ma'am, for contacting me. I really did not expect it. It's an absolute delight to hear from everybody and to be, a panelist in this subject. I should say that, I've been extremely, perhaps lucky to be under a lot of chefs who have completely encouraged me to be absolute who I am and to always have the drive to do whatever I wanted. They've always given me the freedom to do what I wanted, and I always knew that I was the only woman in my kitchen wherever I walked in. Whether it be a five-star hotel or a startup or a restaurant, wherever it was, I was the first and only woman to have a managerial position and to have a hand over, the second in command or the third in command, or starting from wherever it is, right? And it was a little difficult. The way I see it is, it was a little difficult for me to actually have control over the people, especially because people were older than me. Like I was dealing with men who were older than me or had more experience than me. And they did not particularly like the fact that they were taking commands from a woman. And I feel not just in hospitality, that is a problem in general for men to take command from a woman, to have a female boss. And that has gradually, I've seen a lot of improvement over the years, over 5-6 years, definitely. And right now it's working quite better than what I expected it to work as. And extremely lucky that I had chefs who always uplifted me. I have personally never worked with a female boss, a female chef for myself. But for some reason, I feel, it's not about a man helping you or a woman helping you. It's always about you having the drive yourself, and just not, again, as Miss Sarah pointed out, right? Once you wear your chef coat, you're not a woman or a man. You're just a chef. You're just a chef as anybody else is. And that, I see through that lens. I completely, connect to that point. And it's absolutely true. And I think more people should see it that way. It's not about your gender. You're not a woman. You're not a man. You're just a chef. It's a profession. Everybody has to take it seriously. You don't get a free pass, or you don't get things handed down to you just because you're a woman. And it shouldn't work either ways. It shouldn't work that way even if you were a man. Everybody works hard for their position. Everybody works hard for their money, and everybody deserves to get the coin that they're working for. You can't expect to be paid more or less. It's not fair. So that empathy, and I would like to add another point, that is, we should really encourage more women to join hospitality industry, and especially to the backing jobs. When I say backing jobs, I mean the jobs where you're not directly facing your guests. I myself was always like Garima ma'am had pointed out, I was actually referred more to HR or sales, because apparently it's an easier job. It's a cushy job. It's a 9-to-5 job. You have off on Saturdays and Sundays. You don't have to work long hours. And, it's an easy job. You can spend time with your family. And I was always referred to, go to that side of the office, go into sales, go into HR. Go into marketing. Women are more, seeked after in marketing industry and sales. And it made me really sad, and it's honestly funny for somebody to tell me what I should do. And the second thing for me to be better suited for a job because I'm a woman, that's sad. right? So we should really encourage other women. Yes, it is hard. Nothing in life comes easy. That's not like salespeople and marketing people have to really work for whatever money they make, right? And no job comes easy. Every job has its own pros and cons. So we should really encourage other women who are thinking about pursuing careers in hospitality to really, really go ahead with whatever they want. And with that, I would like to again thank you everybody for this amazing opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhumita. I truly agree with you. There's no such thing as a man's job. And what you said has really inspired us, given us direction in what work today stands in all fields. And I agree with you that whether it's a kitchen job or whether it's a job in marketing, finance, it is equal, because ultimately in every career, one needs to put in their best foot and do their best. So moving on, I'd like Preeti, Chef Preeti, to share some words with us.
Is it okay now?
Yeah,
sorry.
better.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Well, it's been only 23 years that I'm doing this job, being a chef, passed out from IIHM, and it was so good to hear from my boss again. And then she went on about her business. She just told me what she needed. I said, be there, ma'am, for you once again. So it was, it's been a fantastic journey in kitchen. I have, every time when I sit down and think that what could I have done if I was not a chef, the second thing that comes to me was that a chef. So yeah, it's been very, very good for the fact that I believe in myself. I believe in what I do. I knew that I had a niche of being in hospitality and being in the kitchen. While being in the kitchen, it has been, this is where my full productivity, my inner self comes out at its best. And I will keep telling everyone, whether it is a man or a woman, that they do not need to be of a certain gender to fit in. They just need to have their skills and their wits about it, because it's not that it is easy for a woman here or it's easy for a man there. I believe that a job needs everybody's 100%. And this is where we give 100%. There are times, yes, that I have noticed that there's a little bit of sexism that comes into the role, but that is the time when you hold about your ground and do not take note and do not allow others to see that you've taken note of that certain difference that has crept in there. Because the moment anybody lets that a little bit of that crevice come in, it's very easy to make it bigger. So you just nip it at the bud, keep going, keep working. I've had, and at the moment right now, I'm working for a company called Universal Resorts Management that is in Maldives. And one of the beauty that I see over here is that how women are encouraged and empowered from the word go, from the most, let's say from the rank and file position to the right up to the managing director position. We are very, very empowered and celebrated. Yes, I also agree that we don't have to be celebrated, but why not? Why not? Because we still have to go about a little bit of that extra mile, a little bit of that, like a silly question is always asked to a chef, especially if it's a leading chef, like myself, that chef, how would you look after a kitchen where there are 64 other men? And like many of you have shared your thoughts about, once you wear uniform, you are not a man or a woman, you're not an Indian or Sri Lankan, or you're not a Filipino, you are only a chef. And that's the vision that I have held on to for quite many years, since the time I've taken this role of being an executive chef. And it allows you to be successful. It allows you to be focused, and it allows you to not fall into this being the victim, and just looking after yourself and knowing that this particular chef looks after each one of her team members, and it's not about a man or a woman. But I love to have more women in the team, because we are nurturing by our nature, and nourishment, food, cooking. This is all about nurture. This is all about healing. This is all about giving back and making a person stronger, better in every sense. So there should be more of us, because we really know how to do it. We don't have to have, like, we don't need to be taught that special skill, because we already have that soft touch about being a woman and handling the food at its best way. So having said that, I would just like to keep going with this opportunity of being in hospitality, cooking, and I hope that I will see many more female chefs in years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef Preeti. Well, what you said is absolutely correct. Historically, women have been seen to perform cooking, and it's much more than domestic. I feel it's a real job. Nourishment and nurturing comes naturally to women. And I also believe that women can handle much more than men. I think it's proven as well in surveys in different fields. Women leaders have been seen to perform much better. And I feel there's also another thing which comes to my mind, which is men don't try to be perfect. Men are not out there, they're not trying to perfect themselves. But of course, 100% we should be the best versions of ourselves. But women sometimes are too worried about being perfect. Well, I think that's another thought there, where we should embrace who we really are and not be ashamed of it, because women have changed the way people see them. Like, it's not that a girl is seen just as someone who's sitting at home and doing nothing. There are women in every field. They have great achievements. They're changing the world as the day passes, and it's an absolute delight to see them do that. Well, coming to the end of the session, I just have a thought to share with you all. When you are filling up a form, like when you're given a form in different places where you go and you fill it up and you see name, age, sex, and then there's gender, like which says male or female. And then it occurs to you sometimes, why are we given that question, whether we are male or female? Why are these surveys conducted? When it reaches the point when this question is removed from the form, we know we would have achieved gender equality. If you think of it from that vision, like when there's no need to explain who we are and we all are treated equal, that's when we know that there's women empowerment, there's women equality, and there's removing the bias. But all of these come down to that simple thought of not having to prove ourselves to be any different, but more accepting of who we really are today. And of course, we all
Inshallah.
Thank you. And we all are, of course, out there today to make the world a tastier place. As we love cooking, our love for food, and our passion for it, I'm sure we're going to reach the day when we're having seminars where there are more men who are speaking on these platforms and in these panel discussions and saying that they're more accepting of women in the kitchen because we are who they like to work with. So I'd like to end it here and ask Sanchari ma'am to take over.
Thank you so much, Garima. I also had some questions having all of you ladies here on screen. I'm so fortunate to basically have Chef Sarah here, all the way from London, who is in fact connected. And the best pride for us, Chef Sarah, happens to be that Chef Noreen and Madhumita both have been, and as well as Preeti, has been a part of IHM, and they are our very proud alumni. Today, Chef Preeti in Maldives basically is one of the finest chefs, executive chefs that we have. And we are having our budding chefs as Chef Noreen and also Madhumita, setting up her own legacy. Garima has been definitely, a person who has done made all of us proud, in fact, by being one of the youngest, you can say youngest national award winners, of course, at her age, and of course, being the young chef champ that she has been. So definitely the world that we live in, and with so many new things happening across, and, digital being one of the most important factors which connects all of us, right? Where we are talking about gender neutrality, what are the things that you feel that can be the obstacles, right, in your own career? Like, you have done so many things, each one of you, right? And you definitely today have been entrepreneurs. You're having your own businesses right now. You're also basically working with so many great organizations across the world. And every particular, you can say, zone or demography has their own ideologies of women empowerment as well. So we would like to know, definitely, and I'm certain everybody here also would like to know, what are the kind of challenges you have faced and how have you overcome that? Because it's more about finding solutions. It's more about the positiveness. And I'm certain everybody would like to know that from each one of you, including our very favorite Chef Sarah as well. So Garima, can we start with you, your story?
Sure, I think the journey has been definitely good and great, but there have been obstacles. As I mentioned in the beginning, like when I would go to restaurants in the UK and I would ask them, like I would want to work in the kitchen, and like there's not just been like one restaurant. I visited more than 50, 60 restaurants with my resume, going up to them and asking them if I could get a job. And they've all been like, we'd be happy to hire you, but in the front of the house. And until I went to the 61st restaurant, and that's when I got an opportunity in the kitchen. And I was like, okay, there are good people who exist, but there will be obstacles and you have to make your journey through it. It's about the attitude where you don't give up, where things might seem like, okay, you're not getting the right platform, but ultimately when you keep trying, it comes up, and there's an opportunity which knocks your door, and it only happens when you knock many doors. So I think that's one thing where I realized that women are a bit underrepresented when it comes to the kitchens, because they feel the general ideology is that the men are more powerful. They have the ability to lift heavy things. They can take on jobs which are, let's say, lined up in a sequence easily. They're better at it than us. That's the usual ideology that people carry across the world, that a man is stronger than a woman. But I think it's also about, it comes from the fairy tales where somewhere, I'm not Cinderella, but Moana, where I know I can change the world, and one step at a time, and do better every single day, just because there is a goal in front of me and I know I want to achieve it. And it's only possible if I am 100% dedicated and I want to be there. So obviously there are many obstacles. There are obstacles where you have to make them realize that the chef knife that you're looking at or you're wanting to use in the kitchen is actually a knife and not a sword. So yeah.
Absolutely, Garima, very much true. I would, in fact, want to even shoot this question to Madhumita. Madhumita definitely started as an entrepreneur, and today she's working in a, of course, as a sous chef, right, Madhumita, in a great space again. So, Madhumita, how was the journey of being an entrepreneur again? And if you can just basically talk about the challenges you must have faced, and today being, of course, working with another great firm where you're actually taking care of a lot of entire location, in fact. So if you can just draw our attention towards that as well.
Yes. So when I initially started, I feel like when I started as a Commie 3, Commie 2, Commie 1, the transition in that way was a little easier. Like, of course, the job was really hard, but it's true to any job you take on in kitchen, really. So that was much easier. When I became an entrepreneur, I was the first entrepreneur in my family. Everybody else in my family had a garment kuchi job. So when I wanted to do something new, and when I was approaching a lot of, and I'm very driven, I'm very self-motivated. So I knew what I wanted to do, and I went approaching other people. When I tried to socialize, I found that women were not taken very seriously. And that is a very big, it was really disheartening for me in a way, because I'm really passionate about something and I'm trying to communicate it to you, trying to make you understand what I'm trying to tell you, and you wouldn't take me seriously. And when the same thing, when another man or another colleague that I had, who was a man, tried to babble something up, everybody wanted to listen, like thinking that he had something really important to say. And that was, I really could not believe that that was the case. And I think that was the biggest challenge. And it honestly made me really mad to even acknowledge that. And when I became, I did not become a sous chef immediately. So I had to, work my way through it. The biggest challenge I felt was for men to take commands from a woman, them to follow your lead or listen to what you're saying. When you're in a managerial position, obviously you have to take care of all your chefs. Being the sous chef, second in command, I need to make sure that every chef, starting from your commissary, your apprentice, and everybody, you have to really take care of all of them, because at the end of the day, I am not the one cooking. They are the ones running the show. My job is really to just make sure all of them are taken care of, and in every sense. So that again, I think, is the biggest challenge, that women are not really taken seriously everywhere. I'm not saying that it's a general notion, but it's in most cases wherever I went, women were not taken seriously. And now I've finally found a company that actually sees me for who I am. That's not mean, it's not that they're taking me more seriously because I'm a woman. No, they just look at me as a chef. Everybody calls me a chef. They don't see me for a woman. They don't see my executive chef for a man. And I'm very happy to finally work in a place that encourages me for the chef that I am, not for a woman, not for a man. So yeah, I think that is another big, challenge that I face. And the third thing is, everybody has this notion that women can do everything. And I'm not saying that we are not, but physically there are a few limitations, at least in my case. I don't think it's fair for me to assume that everybody has physical limitations. Every woman does. Many of us will disagree with that. But I specifically had a lot of, limitations when it came to my physical capability, whether be it lifting a lot of things or lifting heavy things, or, working for a few hours without, breaking a sweat. And initially, when I was struggling with this, trying to accustom myself to this routine, I faced a lot of comments saying, oh, if you want to take a man's job, you have to perform it like a man. Take it like a man. And that is a very sexist comment, because, I don't know how many people will disagree with me, but yeah, women and men don't have the same physical capabilities. At least I don't think so, in my opinion. So for somebody to say, that, when you want a man's job, you have to perform like a man, is disheartening, really. So I would really like to, ask you guys how you faced this, and, what your response would be if this happened to you.
Very true, Madhumita. Very nicely put up. I'm certain we all acknowledge that, because just like the women, always are the owners of the kitchen when it comes to the households, right? Most of the times it's the men who rules the kitchens of the five-star properties, or of the, you can say, the industrial properties, right? And that is where we have to basically go ahead and neutralize it. Right. And there are a lot of things that is in fact happening today, a lot of new, you can say, a lot of training which has been given. And training is also about making people aware and telling them about the responsibilities that both men and women can share, even if it's an industrial kitchen. And for that matter, I would like to go to Chef Sarah, all the way from London. Chef Sarah, I would like to basically understand from you, your complete intent on this particular thing about women dominating the kitchen of their own households while they fall prey to men mainly becoming the executive chefs, or maybe even in today's date. Right. So a lot of women, girls, in fact, have to be empowered and encouraged to be a part of the industrial kitchens too. And that's where the awareness is getting built, ma'am. So what would you like to say, Chef Sarah, as we are going ahead and concluding this panel for the day?
Thank you. I think picking up on quite a few points we've shared between us, we have a lot of similarities, and I can see people nodding. I think when male chefs, particularly influential ones, are interviewed and they're asked where they learned to cook, their first memories are usually with their mum in the kitchen. And I think that's very interesting. To then they would be in a kitchen and feel that women don't necessarily not belong, but that that they're better than them. And a good friend of mine a few months ago, I was doing a project with a male chef, and he was very vocal about what he was doing. And I said to her, he's all talk. And she said, just because he's making more noise doesn't make him better. And it made me laugh, because I thought the impression that people give of being stronger and being more visible, it's not always the best route to doing something. It's keeping a level head and having a sensible approach. And I think being a people person, learn how to deal with people and to try and maybe taper some of the egos when you need to give feedback, particularly if somebody doesn't like what they're being told. But I find a challenge that I would have had like a lot. There's influential chefs that can make inflammatory comments in the media just for attention. So an example, I think, would be Marco Pierre White was interviewed a few years ago, and he said that women don't belong in kitchens, they're too emotional. And, I obviously know a lot of females that are in kitchens, and we had group discussions and we were outraged. Outraged that he thinks crying in a kitchen is a bad thing. And I said to a male friend of mine who's a chef, what about the men that get angry? That's an emotion. So if you think emotions don't belong in kitchens, anger doesn't belong there along with crying. So you can't choose that one is a strength and one is a weakness. If you're going to shout at people and lose your patience and scream at them, I don't think that's an advantage over somebody who can admit at times that everything might be a bit overwhelming, but they want to work through it and they want to progress and get on with it. So I think it depends how you measure the comments. But I think comments like that are very unhelpful, because there's young impressionable chefs and students that listen to this, and it's just a comment to throw away, comment for Marco or for whoever else. And I think really they need to be mindful of the impact it has on people. And actually, I don't think they understand the feeling if you're on the other end of it. But I think there is space for everybody. I mean, in all kitchens, we need a balance between men and women in all jobs, and it makes us better. It makes us better to have a male perspective, because the men very often can be very logical and very direct with how they approach things, but actually women might consider things a bit more and be emotional thinkers, where that can be an advantage when you need to take your time and make the right choices and decisions. So in any of the best kitchens I've worked in, we've had a combination of men and women, and people from everywhere, because you need a diverse group of people to get the right results. Everyone's happy to have a happy team and happy people. I think you need a good balance.
Thank you so much, Chef Sarah. Indeed, very much respected. And definitely, I'm certain all of us would be very inspired by what you just had to say to all of us about, because I think that is something which should be programmed in ourselves today. It is the complete mental space which needs to change. It is completely our thought processes that has to change. And more than men, I think it has to be believed by us women that we can be we can be equals. Because I trust, and we all know this, that it is completely about how we go ahead and, either succumbing to challenges or going ahead and accepting what is there for us in front and definitely doing the best out of it. Thank you so much, Chef Sarah, for this amazing, amazing panel that we have had today, together with Chef Preeti joining us all the way from Maldives, and Karima taking care of this panel, with Madhumita and definitely Noreen, our budding chef, and we are very encouraged by all of you. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to have a lot of women as well as men doing wonders in the field of culinary way ahead. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving forward. We really cannot basically say it's almost the second half of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and we are about to reach our fourth panel. And I have to say a huge thank you to everybody who has been a part of our panel since the morning. We started at 2 sharp in the afternoon, after which we have had some amazing exclusive sessions with some top hospitality women leaders across the world who has joined us today. It was a very, very memorable day with a lot of good topics. And I'm certain the audience is really, really enjoying this. And as a matter of fact, learning a lot today. The next panel is equally powerful because that's where we have our boss women, right? And that happens to be the topic of diversity and inclusion in the hospitality industry, creating a more gender neutral workplace. To take ahead this topic, we have today have some real powerful boss women with us. And I'm very, very encouraged by their presence here. I can see them already on the screen. I start with none other than Ms. Uzma Irfan, who is the Director, Corporate Communications at Prestige Group and founder of Sublime Prestige Group. A very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We are so happy and encouraged with your presence here today. I would like to tell the world a little bit about ma'am. Ms. Uzma Irfan joined the Prestige Group in the year 2006, following her father's footsteps, which was not just a natural progression, but also a conscious choice, which was born out of the passion for the work that Prestige Group does. From working in a male-dominated industry like real estate to opening several verticals under her own brand, Uzma grown by leaps and bounds, and one can be credited for single-handedly strengthening the company's public image during this phase. A very warm welcome to you, Uzma ma'am. Very, very happy to see you here today. And joining you in this panel would be Ms. Deblina Ramchandran. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here today. Yes, ma'am. And we have our next panelist for this particular division, who happens to be Ms. Deblina Ramachandran. Ms. Deblina Ramachandran happens to be the station head, AIX Connect Private Limited, which is otherwise Air Asia. So happy to have you here, Deblina. She's an aviation professional with 17 years of experience in 360 operations and airport management, service excellence, customer service delivery. She's currently the station head at the AIX Connect Private Limited. A very, very warm welcome to you, Deblina. Very, very happy to see you here, and a warm welcome to the panel. With them, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ms. Neha Chabra, who happens to be the general manager of the Courtyard by Marriott Hebbal. And she's been a very, very powerful woman out here with a lot of accolades and several rewards at her base. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Neha. Wonderful to have you here today with us.
Thank you, Sanchari.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you so much for being here. And with them, we also have another great, powerful lady, and that happens to be Ms. Kshetra Dwivedi. Ms. Kshetra Dwivedi happens to be the hotel manager of the Lemon Tree Hotels. An experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in the hospitality industry. Ms. Kshetra has spent over 14 years in the hospitality industry with expertise in rooms and front office operations. She has previously worked with various hotel brands such as the Grand Imperial, Pride Amber Villas Resort and Spa, Clark's Armaid, the Fern, and the Golden Tulip group of hotels across different locations. She's not only a successful hospitality woman leader, strong sales professional, skilled in comparative market analysis, but also a loving mother to a wonderful daughter who aspires to become a hotelier. So wonderful to have all of you incredible women here today, which is otherwise called as a Boss Women's Talk. We are so happy to have all of you here. On behalf of our chairman and definitely the entire IHM group, we are absolutely honored to greet you here today. And as I take up the privilege of going ahead and starting the conversation with all of you, we definitely would like to first know about each one of yours wonderful journeys to the audience. So I think I'll be starting with Uzma ma'am.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. It's my pleasure and privilege to be amongst these lovely women. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Irfan, as we start with the topic today, which is again a very good topic, which is on diversity and inclusion in the hospitality industry, creating a general neutral workplace. So coming from the background that you have, and definitely with loads of experience that each one of you carry, we would definitely like to know about your phase as a hotelier, your phase as you started your journey, with different, you can say, challenges that you've had through and coming up to the level that you're here today. And how do you feel about this entire concept?
Well, I'm not directly connected with the hospitality industry because, I come from Prestige Group. I am the director of corporate communications, but I think across it's the same thing. It's, you have a place and the people there make the place. And I think women, you guys are amazing, and women bring a lot more to a workplace. Men do have, no, with all due respect, but women know how to balance home, family. They have an EQ with their colleagues. They understand their colleagues are not robots, and they connect with them on a level that where they're understanding where you have an issue, bringing out the best in people. It's so important. Men know, like she just said, the previous panel, they just go into the kitchen, they command and demand. You cannot command and demand. You have to firstly, you have to be a role model. You have to be a leader who walks the talk. You have to have that connect with them and understand and explain to them exactly what you need. And even and firstly, if your internal employees, your internal family is happy, it equals to happy customers. Because if your people in the hotel or any industry are unhappy, they're not going to give a fantastic experience to the visitors or to the clients. I think that's a very important thing. Understanding, being, more compassionate to your colleagues. Then secondly, client, what does a client want? He's not coming into a hotel. Any hotel has a room, it has a restaurant. But what is the difference? What is the value? Can you shut the door? What is the value add that you are creating? The value add is from the first touch point. It's how you are welcomed to a property. How you are, like when a person walks in and you know their name or the first name, and you say, welcome, sir, or welcome, ma'am. And that just sets you apart. That's a value add. That's it's a benefit. And I think those are the little things that make a big difference. And I think being a woman, we think a little differently, and we add a lot more glamour, and we bring a lot more thing to the whole place. Like a man sees it in a more sterile way, but I believe in 5 senses. I believe what you see, what you hear, what you touch, what you smell, what you taste, and the 6th sense are very, very, very important. When you walk into a place, the whole welcome, like you see beautiful flowers, you have a lovely fragrance, and people with a smile. A smile is very important. The only thing we can give anybody is nothing else. Nobody wants anything. They want a smile. And 2 things, the whole world revolves around respect and love. So love your people and respect the ones who come to you. So
very true, ma'am. Absolutely. I'll be coming back to you, ma'am, with some very interesting questions, because the Prestige Group, lying with that fact, right, has been a great empire where you have seen it all, right? And different kind of people has been a part of the group. Hospitality, and in fact, we always talk about hospitality being the foundation of any particular vertical.
Any business. We are in the business of people. And without people, we wouldn't have existed. We wouldn't have been. First, it's God. Without God's blessings, without prayers, and without people, we're absolutely nothing. I'm going to keep quiet for now and hear the other lovely, beautiful ladies, what they have to say.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much, Uzma ma'am. I'll be coming back to you. Deblina, coming from a sector that you are, which in fact promises a lot of dreams. And I remember there was a time when everybody wanted to be a part of the aviation, a field. whether it was becoming an air hostess, which was in fact one of the most glamorous professions that, in fact, even today people dream of. And I'm certain all of us, our age or even before, wanted to be in that particular place, because it was not just about flying, it was about meeting the best in the world. It was about, wearing the best, looking the best, and definitely always creating and carrying that panache. So for that panache, definitely, when people talk about being a part of being either a flight crew or being in the airport business or in the airport management, they always thought about us with a lot of elan and class. How about the changing world today with so many new airlines, with so many, the sector growing so extensively, in fact, and with so many different kind of people being a part of it, right? So I would like to know your thoughts on it as we begin this conversation.
Hi, Sanchari. Very good evening to all. So, to start off, thank you for, giving me this platform and having me tonight with you all. So, my name is Devlina. I'm the station manager for AirAsia. Now, we fondly call it, after the Tata Group has taken, the Air India Express Connect. So, it's my 13th year with the company. Now, if you know, aviation is an extended part of the hospitality industry, and we connect, people, we connect business, culture across the world. Now, aviation, as you said, if you see, majorly people talk more about the glam factor, and it's like, more of the cabin crew or the ground sport. Now, one step beyond is like what pandemic had hit the aviation sector along with the other hospitality sector in the one of the most, or if I can put it across, the worst hit sector was the travel, tourism, and the hospitality sector. But what it had come back, the post pandemic, is that we realized the importance or the social responsibility, which made more of this diversity, inclusion, and equity workforce, and the social and the corporate responsibility of each organization. Now, for aviation per se, it's really interesting if I can share you a few facts that the 12.4% of the Indian women comprises the world's highest pilot community. So, the Indian women pilots are more than even across the first countries as US or UK, as per the IWPA. Also, what we generally think of aviation as more of crew or ground crew, the IATA has started from International Women's Day 2021, 25 by 2025, because the number or the workforce of women in the senior positions is less in aviation. Although it is a feminine-driven industry, but that's on the front line. So we are already driving DEI by IATA awards and recognition for senior roles in aviation. So to start it off, we have CEO as one of Turkish Airlines CEO also. So that's one of the first move from aviation from where I belong. And per se, for my company, we have around 40% of the workforce as women workforce. And on aviation, holistically, overall, if you see, it is a very 24/7 industry, like hotels. We are all operation people, which if you see the inclusion, just not of women, you have differently abled people, you have LGBTQ plus as well. Because, now if you see for the Women's Day, we are talking more of a women force, but we also have a substantial amount of the society which is comprises of that. And if you see the World Bank reviews that, the social exclusion which India has for this women workforce, the differently able, and the LGBTQ, we are in a loss of almost 700 billion as the GDP. So that is where the inclusion or the DEI importance is there in most of the Indian airline companies. So as a part of the Tata Group, which is like formally known for its ethics and workforce, this thing, there are few of the best practices which I may share, because since the operations for women is very tiring, and since aviation is very much ruled by regulations, trainings, and it's a 24/7 flying, so we look into the EQ, the mental health well-being. You have zero tolerance towards sexual harassment, POSH. So few measures that we take it up to take the women workforce across, not only in our company, but across the aviation per se. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Deblina. Thank you so much for your approach, and I shall be coming back to you
Sure.
with the other questions at the moment. And in the meantime, I would like to go to Neha. A very warm welcome, Neha.
Thanks,
And Neha, definitely your journey as a general manager has been, for long, and you have basically been in several properties and you have seen it all. Right. So coming from hospitality directly and definitely seeing so many new women today being a part of that industry, which we are trying to be, right, where we are really, really wanting women to be a part of it and definitely show them the leadership and show them, the kind of force that women leaders can basically come in and enforce tomorrow. So what exactly would be your insight into this, Neha, as you're experiencing so many people today being a part of it, especially in the southern part of India right now?
Thanks, Achari. So I have started my journey almost 20 years back into hotels, and I haven't left hotels. I joined hotels at a time, and I am from IHM, not IIHM, but IHM. And I see the audience is a lot of college students from all your different campus. And I hope the lady workforce, the women workforce could get inspired by this panel over here. So I've been there for 20 years, and I am naturally going to be here now. I think that's the only thing I know now how to do, be in hospitality. But it's not been a very easy thing, as they say. There have been multiple points in my career where I have wanted to give up, be it for societal pressure or just the pressure of just the way we are brought up. Be it having to settle down, be it when to have to start a family. It's not been an easy thing. If I would say that it's a great balancing act, it's not a balancing act. Where whenever you decide to focus on one thing, you end up giving up on the other thing. There's a time when I've not gone for my son's PTM is because there was something more important to do at work, and vice versa. I suppose. So the message and the importance is that all the companies, and what Debilina also said about aviation, I think it exactly goes same for hotels, that we have very high targets to get diversity and inclusion in various forms into our hotels. And Marriott is known for putting people first as one of their core values. So it's not only about women, it's about what she spoke about, LGBTQ, be it any kind of disability. In fact, this year is the year where there is a lot of focus. In fact, as leaders, we have targets. Do targets work? I'm not sure if targets work, because I also believe that for the position, you need the right person for the right job. It could be a man or a woman. It doesn't matter. But it should be chosen fairly. And I think a lot of change has happened through the time in the way the interview process has done. The skills have, where the focus is more on skill set. And as Debilana said, at the front level, you can get women, but as the triangle keeps becoming steeper, at the leadership level, we are dwindling. And it's not that people don't want to work; it's just that the support that we need at times. And something very something which happens with us, and because I go through a lot of interview processes for myself when I take on new roles into different hotels. Now I'm the general manager. Before that, I was the hotel manager. And when they look at you, the first thing that I've asked by a lot of people is, how will you manage? Can you do it? What about your kid? He's 5 years old. Who will take care of him? I think we all have built a support system, be it friends, be it family. We have built it, and that's why we are here. And we are in a generation where we can get more and more support. So my thing to the entire team who's sitting there is, don't give up. I went for one interview, not your campus, but another campus in Bangalore. And I'm from an operations background. I did food and beverage, and I've come up through now being a general manager. And there was 200 students. So naturally, we were dividing people into operations, front office, F&B, sales and marketing, event management. Food and beverage was the lowest. I was so disheartened that day because everybody said, no, we don't want to work. We don't want to do food and beverage. We'll do sales and marketing. We'll do events. We'll do human resources, but we don't want to do operations. And I think that's the thing we need to change in our way of thinking, that there's no easy way out. Even a sales and marketing and an HR and an event person has to do as much of hard work as an operations person. So yeah, that's 2 bits from me, and we can come forward later.
So true, Neha. I absolutely agree with it because I myself come from a sales background, and I understand that until unless you do not basically accept it, and you know that you have the power and the strength of going and achieving something, nobody else can actually inspire you. So it's very important that together with inspiration, that you also have a self-belief somewhere that you would be able to go ahead and do that, and you feel that you're also an equal to everybody. Yeah. Wonderful. Going to Chetra, a lot of times we always come across this statement called as, this profession is not suitable for me as a woman, right? And I'm certain that we hear about this even today, and it from anybody, even somebody maybe having a lot of experience would also be able to go ahead and put that across and under, quote stating that this profession is not meant for me. Maybe I can do this. Now, when it's like so loosely spoken, women in many industries still face a lot of hurdles because of, choosing. Maybe they always say that, this is not the career for me. And as successful boss women that all of you are in your own respective fields, right, coming from different verticals, what would you think that should be your take, and how would you be responding to someone who basically talks about it?
First of all, thank you for having me here. And that was really a very interesting question, because that is something I'm sure all of us have been asked or spoken about, this is not your cup of tea, or do you think you'll be able to do that? Or, you might not be the right candidate for this. So, and I think in the interview process, most of the questions are asked to men. For women, there are some attributes added apart from the regular questions. Like Neha rightly said that you have a kid, how will you manage? So it's not about what we want to do. It's like, they're so concerned, how are we going to handle our families? Come on, that's our perspective. We have to see that. I mean, if we are good at something, it's something that we have earned. I mean, that's the fight we have come across, and we have proven ourselves. So I think this reminds me of one of the interview with one of the groups when it was for a position of HOD. Very interesting interview. All technical aspects went through, very well and all. And when it was like concluding the thing, so they said, okay, so fine. So I think you would now like to discuss with your husband and your family and let us know what they think about it. I was a little, do they really ask this question to the male counterparts also? Do they ask that, do you need to go and speak to your wife? Do you need to go and speak to your father-in-law or mother-in-law? So I said, see, this decision is mine, and my family supports me, and they would stand by whatever decision I take, So that was one of the reasons I decided not to join them, because people with such narrow mentality would not let things happen. They would keep questioning again and again and again. And why should we prove something to somebody who doesn't, care about things? So many times it becomes difficult, especially the people. I mean, I'm quoting Neha because she's from the same industry that I am. I still remember when I was one of the female HODs and rest all were, male. So even going for an outing or a meeting, it's so challenging because all of them would flock together. They would have their own discussions. They would have their own, gossips and all, and they would, corner you. No, it's men's talk. It's nothing related to you. And also many times, even when you are there as a part of the team, you feel so secluded. You feel like you're cut off. So it becomes a little difficult at that point of time. And in terms of the inclusions and all, like Deblina rightly said, it's not only gender biased in terms of male, female, it's more of LGBTQ plus and stuff like that. So having said this, Lemon Tree, I'm really proud to say that, I'm working in one of the companies wherein I got an opportunity to hire a transgender in my own team. So, it was not an easy decision because you have to do so much of conditioning of other people, how they would be treating them. They have their special needs. How would they be taken care of? So it's not just adding a person or a candidate to the team. It's having an openness of mind, having the power and a positive attitude to take people in your team who are different, and they have special abilities as well. Like in Lemon Tree, again, we have a lot of people who are from different backgrounds. They're opportunity deprived individuals, we have acid attack survivors, we have partially or orthopedically handicapped people. They're working in different departments, back of the office. We have people with autism, with dwarfism. So, lot of such variety of people. So it actually makes the team more powerful. You have a bigger talent pool with you, and this actually helps you to have a better synergy. It creates a better environment and a beautiful workplace to be in, because at the end of the day, none of these people would ever even discuss about, will you be able to do this? Because they have come across to this level facing their own challenges, which might have been made them tougher people, and where they are today. So they would never talk about all these things. They would concentrate upon what skills you have. They would concentrate upon how to become better. Their mentality is far more better than the regular people. Their senses are far more better than these people. So I think these questions, they are stumbling stones, and they keep helping you to focus as this is what I'm aiming for, and I should not distract from these questions. So gone are those days when I used to feel bad about it. Now I just give it a laugh, and it helps me to uh, look back and say, okay, these stupid questions I have come across, and so I think it makes you more stronger. At the end of the day, these are small little things which helps you to understand the mentality, how people are, and gives you the strength and power to overcome such small stupid things. It's really great.
Right, Chetra, absolutely. Coming to, of course, you were talking about the different kind of people who are in fact there, and we are talking about inclusive, like a lot of people, different kind of people coming in, right? And where we are trying to have an equal today in society. So coming to Uzma ma'am, my question would be to her. It's absolutely in relation to what Chetra was in fact mentioning, ma'am. And this is about many workplaces, they are still not able to bridge the gap when it comes to having a gender neutral work environment today, and hence they're losing out on a lot of talents. So if I have to give you an example, maybe just like Chetra mentioned about somebody coming from the LGBTQ community, or it can be also somebody who is specially abled, So, ma'am, you would see that, though we are talking about it, we are practicing about it, we are, spreading a lot of awareness across all particular segments of any industry today, including IT and everywhere else. Still, when it comes to actual employability, there has been a massive gap. People are not accepted. So how would you define that, ma'am? We would definitely want to understand from you.
Well, yes, like you said, there are steps taken, but why are they differentiated? I don't understand. You have to respect everyone. You have to accept people. And these people actually are, I mean, sorry, I'm going personal. I had my brother who passed, and he was a special child. I think he was very intelligent. He was very compassionate. And the only thing was his brain hadn't, developed along with him. But I think we need to give them the opportunity. I mean, at our end, wherever we can, we do. They have special needs. They, all of that. But you have to understand. You have to give them, have more patience. You know what's happened? The world is just moving at a faster pace. People just want to achieve, move on, and all of it. Nobody has the patience to give them that time, which is so important. They also have strengths. They also need that TLC, tender loving care, also need to be given their place. Their place is not just at home and, being ignored, which is really sad. In God's eyes, all of us are the same. So I think we need to be more respectful and mindful.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much for that, ma'am, because I think it is very important that as women, we also are, sometimes we are not really focused on that. Sometimes we forget that we can be more empathetic, right? And even though we are all women, it basically is seen also that most of the time the decision is not. So coming to that question, we often get to see where people tell that, when you have a women boss or a women leader, right, no matter what segment, the results or the outcome or whatever decision is taken is practically taken from the heart, where it is not very well accepted, and that is basically ignored and said that should have been a more practical decision rather than coming from the heart. So I would definitely want to hear from all of you regarding this.
See, it's not that we're not taking decisions from the heart. There's certain decisions that we have to take from the mind. It's a business decision. But you have to weigh the pros and cons. I mean, in the end of the day, we're all here for a purpose. We're all here to align our goals with the company goals. Yes, we do get emotional, but we balance so many things. But why is it that if a man is saying something, okay, he's smart, and if you are saying something, compassion, we are strong, but yet we are feminine, we are sensitive. Like I said before, people are not robots. You have to, if you tell somebody politely, they will even give their life to you. I have a team who is self-motivated. If I'm not here, even, I can close my eyes and trust them. It's how you treat a person, how you understand a person, and how you bring out the best. Everybody's got flaws, so do I. We can't see our own back. Only see the best in people. See the best, say that, okay, but and don't think that you can do things individually. Why do we have teams? We have teams so that we work together, and we can be so much more productive. People think that I can do it all myself. No, it's not possible. So in every team, there are people who have different strengths. It's how you play on it. And also, in a more personal way, tell them these are your weaknesses. You have to have even self realization, but sometimes they don't. But how you talk to them, it's how you explain and how you get things done. And you can only get things done if you are not going to be the boss. I'm not a boss, I'm a colleague. So if my team is working till 8, I'm with them. If there's an event, I'm with them throughout. I'm not sitting somewhere and dictating. I never dictate. I don't leave my office till the last meeting or till the last paper. So, you have to walk the talk. You want your team in at 8 a.m., you need to be there at 7:55. You need your team to deliver something, you need to set that benchmark. If you want them to, whatever it is, you need to walk the talk. It's really important. And it's not about giving orders and commanding, it's about requesting. There's a big difference. And decision making from the heart, I don't understand. I'm an emotional person.
It has to be an absolute balance of the mind and the heart come together.
Absolutely.
And also, Sanchari, if you know, like this is what we call the unconscious bias. The very fact that people say that okay, women take it from the heart. This itself is an example of unconscious bias, and what she said that it is out of a business decision. And it is if you see we all have our SOPs, process, manuals. So whether it's a male boss or a women boss, we are trained, we have a set process to work upon, and what we add on to it is as a leader doesn't come with a gender, it comes as an individual. So it's high time this unconscious bias should be taken out of. And just to add one more thing, I feel this hospitality itself. You ask any Indian parent, what do you want your child to be? The first thing they would say, doctor, engineer, or teacher. Nobody would say, okay, I would like my child to join in hotels or as a cabin crew or in aviation. So this unconscious bias should start off just not in professionals, but in personals at every home as a part of our even school curriculum. That let grow up our children to be a part of any industry. Let's glorify hospitality.
Totally agree with Debulina. I remember when I took hotel management, I was the only one in my entire school, and I don't think they understood what I got into. While your parents can be very supportive, your society are not so forgiving. They really don't look up to it. But I think it's a lot of changed in the last 10 years. But still, what is happening is though number of people are increasing, the number of women who want to be a part of it do not still want to go. Because I don't think we've been able to set the right expectations about women in hospitality. And I don't even, and it's quite sad that we're still talking about it. It should just be there. If you're good for the job, you're a leader, you're there, be it a man or a woman. And I think that's the unsaid bias that we need to take forward in the years to come.
In fact, Neha, coming to it, again, this is a very important perspective because we are also talking about, how to go ahead and educate people to be more understanding about this particular profession and the entire vertical as hospitality. And I think women, they need to be aware of what are the things that they can do. I mean, hospitality offers so much. And it is, in fact, as we always say, that it is the foundation of any particular verticals. Even somebody in IT today has to be, professionally acclaimed. They need to know soft skills. They need to know how to talk to clients. They need to have, the absolute technical abilities. In fact, including maybe the catering business, which is a very important part of even an IT business today. And that is something which a lot of people are very ignorant about. Talking about, the work-life balance, we always talk about let's maintain a work-life balance, but somewhere it is very edgy. There definitely we talk about women who has got a lot of support from their families, who talk about, yes, doing really well, but sometimes we also are not so privileged, as a result of which, even though we have the passion and inclination of going ahead, there is somewhere a stopgap. And that can also happen when a woman becomes a mother. They talk about take a career gap, and and that's what happens, and women don't know what to do about it. They've been influenced by everyone, as a result of which they lose out on a lot of years in their leadership. So I definitely would like to know about how do you basically think about this, and how can this change? I mean, this mentality among women itself be changed. What can we do about this?
So as I said before, I actually, there is no balancing. You give up one for the other, and there are times, as Uzma said, if there is an event happening, you are here till midnight. You are not going home. Somebody else is taking care of your child or making sure they have dinner and go to bed, and vice versa. So yes, support system is important, If not, your workplace can be your biggest support system. I've been privileged to work with a company like Marriott, where from the very first day they were so supportive of it. Be it whether my son comes with me to work, or whether I take 2 hours off in between. I think your company, if you are flexible enough to sort of embrace what is the support that individual needs. There's no one size fits all which approach can happen. Everybody has a different needs. Somebody may need to come in a little later. Somebody may need to go in between. Anybody can have anything if they really want to make it work. So our organizations are the ones who can make it work. Plus, your partners and your work. It can be done. It's not impossible.
Yeah, even I completely second. When I became a station manager, I was the youngest station manager in the network those days. And I had my interview when I was in the final stage of my pregnancy. And when I took over the role, I was just 2.5 months. My child's age was. And even now, I was like 11 years in Calcutta and now moved to Hyderabad. So, my husband is based out of Mumbai, Vistara. I am in Hyderabad, and my daughter is in Calcutta with my grandparents. So, it is a challenge. And of course, we have organizations to support, but the most important is the awareness, which we women can have it as a part of it. Because it's not easy to have the balance always. And there are times we feel just to give up, but we just need to put forth and carry on.
So great. Right. I think we have been talking about inclusive growth. We have been talking about how to go ahead and support the complete, gender neutrality in all our workplaces. I think it's mostly amongst all of us, in fact, spoke about the awareness that has to be driven. And I think that should start from home. That should start from the organization that we belong to. That should start from us. It's very important that we believe in that. We believe in what we can do. We definitely have to keep the soft skills and our own selves very right. We need to be absolutely sure about what we want to achieve. And I think the personal strength can be only achieved when we are in a particular domain which also supports that. So as we are almost concluding this wonderful topic that we have been talking about, and I think we can keep on talking about this, ma'am, right? Because there's so much that we can actually give into this, and there's so many things that we can educate the girl students about, because the first thing that impacts anybody's mind is, especially a girl, when they are thinking about a profession or maybe setting up their career in hospitality, is, can I do it? Will this be all right for me? Do I have the strength, both mental as well as physical, to carry on long hours? So this long hours business, I'm certain all of you boss women, we understand it very well. There is nothing called as a clock ticking anymore. Right? It's all about results. It's all about how to go ahead and give our best. So I definitely would like to have a message from each one of you to all the girl students who are here today, in fact, across the country, globally, from every part of the world, not just our own country, but I think from every part of the world, who can really believe that they can do that and be a part of this hospitality, industry, this beautiful industry that we all belong to, and can be women achievers and leaders in the long run. So I'll start with Uzma, ma'am.
Well, what I believe is you need to be strong. Like you said, it has to come from you. You can't just get an education and say, I sacrificed it. It's no sacrifice. You have to be absolutely strong. You're talented, you're intelligent, and you're just simply wonderful. Go out there, conquer the world. I believe impossible also means I am possible. Make up your mind and you will get the family support. You will get the organization support. Nothing is stopping you. And happy Women's Day to all.
Thank you, ma'am. Happy Women's Day to you too. Thank you so much. And I shall be going to Neha now.
So I read this somewhere, and I would tell this to all the womanly leaders, is there is no timeline. Your timeline is the best timeline. So don't try to compare yourself that, oh, this one is here and I am here. We all have our path to take. So follow your timeline. That's the one which works best for you.
Absolutely. So sure. Chaitra, over to you.
So I would like to say that after seeing whatever I have seen so far to reach here, it's just within you. And once you make up your mind, you're strong enough, you have the courage, nothing can stop you. Believe you me. You would receive all the support that you want. You will land up to the right organization. You would attract the right people, and you would be giving results what you dreamt about. So it all starts from here. Be strong enough, and there is nothing in this world that you can't achieve.
Amazing. So wonderful. Thank you so much. And I have Deblina here. I'll request my team to spotlight her so that she can be there on the screen with us. Deblina, over to you for your message.
Yeah, my message is simple. Like, I feel everyone should dare to dream and just make it happen. Okay. And the strength lies in differences, not in similarities. And the time has gone way ahead. You have organizations supporting you, family supporting you. So if it is in you, just go for it. There is no right time. This is the right time. Thank you and wish everyone a very happy Women's Day.
Absolutely wonderful. I really, really want to say a huge thank you to my wonderful panel out here. I think this was absolutely power-packed, very inspiring, a lot of strength. And I myself have got so much of strength speaking to all of you. I think this is very important that we always believe in ourselves, whether a man or a woman, right? We are all basically here to take care of things. We are all basically here to run the world and of course take care of everything that comes our way. And ambition is definitely, which is in fact everybody's possession. So until unless you do not have an ambition, you do not believe in your own self, and you do not believe in what you're doing, you cannot really achieve. I absolutely have the privilege of hosting all of you here today. Uzma ma'am, of course, Neha, Deblina, and definitely Chaitra, all boss women, and you have given us a great perspective into hospitality. You have proven from your own dedicated personal achievements that nothing can stop you if you believe in yourselves. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It has been absolutely a pleasure of having you on board and getting such a great panel. I'm certain all our girl students, our fantastic girl students across global IIHM have been absolutely inspired by the great conversations that we have had here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was great having you as well. Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
being,
much.
thanks for being amazing. Stay amazing. Stay beautiful, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
You too, and happy Women's Day to all of you.
Happy Women's Day to all of you. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we were in a very power-packed, in fact, if I have to say, starting from 2 o'clock this afternoon, we have been in power-packed sessions, and there's been so much of learning, so much of excitement. We all have been celebrating women. We have been celebrating women in leadership. We have been celebrating women education. We have been celebrating our own selves, and definitely the wonderful world of hospitality that we all belong to. We will be starting the next panel again with another power-packed panel. But then before that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead, take a small break. In the meantime, why don't you go and grab yourself a coffee mug or a tea mug, right? And after which we are going to be right here again with all of you with a great topic, which is again going to be a great topic. And I'm going to be talking about this topic now, which is role of women in promoting sustainability in hospitality. So before we begin, I would advise you all to go ahead and take one coffee cup and be here with us. Let's take a small break. I'll request my IT team to go ahead and do that. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are about to start with our next panel, which will be the fifth panel for the day. The topic for this panel would be role of women in promoting sustainability in hospitality. And for that, I would like to invite in my panelists for the day. I'll be starting by inviting Ms. Jyoti Mayal, who is the President, Travel Agents Association of India, TAI, currently the President of the largest Nodal Travel and Tourism Association. Together with that, she happens to be the chairperson of FAITH, Federation of 10 Associations in Tourism and Hospitality, chairperson of THSC, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council under the aegis of NSDC, and the member National Governing Body, CII Tourism Council. A very, very warm welcome to you, Jyoti ma'am. It is such a pleasure to have you here today. Thank you for joining us in this panel, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's an honor to have you with us, ma'am, out here. And with Jyoti, ma'am, we have Dr. Madhu Chandok. Dr. Madhu Chandok is a state president and the founding partner, Delhi Hospitality and Tourism Council. And she's a founding partner of PIP 2020. Dr. Madhu Chandok is a stalwart in the field of hospitality in the region where she has over 35 years of diverse experience in leading the projects. Before co-founding PIP 2020, Dr. Madhu has spearheaded the openings of over a dozen successful hotel projects with Bharat Hotels, which is currently the Lalit Group. And she's extremely passionate about interiors, FFE, HOE, and she champions the functionality and the purpose of design. A very, very warm welcome to you, Madhu ma'am. Such a pleasure to see you here again, back with us. A very warm welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And together with them, we also have Rupa ma'am, and very, very dear Mrs. Rupa Datta. She happens to be the fellow of IIHM, and she is currently the deputy director and the program leader at IIHM. A very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. With Rupa ma'am, we'll also be having Dr. Professor Zenobia Nadisha, who is the president of the World Zoroastrian Organization UK, but she, due to some technical problem, might be getting a little delayed in joining in. While the time, we'll go ahead and proceed with the panel. So over to you, Rupa ma'am, for the session.
Thank you very much, Sanchari. And a very good evening to everyone here, Dr. Suvarna Bose, our CEO and Chief Mentor at IIHM, all my respected colleagues, Ms. Jyoti Mayal, Dr. Madhu Chandak, very nice to have you with us here this evening. You are both from very different backgrounds, and we are looking in this particular panel at the role of promoting sustainability in hospitality. So my questions or the themes that I'd like to ask you about are slightly different, perhaps, to what we've been hearing before. As you know, the United Nations World Tourism Organization has 17 sustainable goals. And from these sustainable goals, I would like to pick out a few and ask you some questions regarding this with the viewpoint of how women can actually be more empowered and become more involved in the sustainability part. So, Ms. Jyoti, if I can just ask you first, you are in travel and tourism and at a very high position, overseeing many, many things. And I would like to ask you that over the last few years, we've been seeing the inclusion of many rural women in schemes in travel and tourism. And how do you feel that this is leading to sustainability? This is empowering women. What are your views on this particular area?
Thank you. Thank you once again, Rupaji, for having me here. I think it's such a pleasure to be talking about women. I know it's Women's Day, and I'd like to wish everyone a very happy Women's Day and a year ahead. But I think we women are anyway empowered. So I think we need to just continue on that pretext. And, you know, I always say women are more empowered in today's time. But yes, we still need to empower the ones who are not. So when I start talking, it just comes to my mind that, Hillary Clinton once had said that women are the largest untapped reservoir of talent in the world. And in that simple line, it defines actually the biggest laguna in the world, which is the presence of women in power. And that is where it's lacking. It's not that the women are not in hospitality. It's not that, women are not working. But even as we move forward and we talk about ourselves, I see gone are the days when they were considered only to be doing everything in the back office and considered for roles such as air hostesses or office executives or only in housekeeping. I think that has changed. Now we are looking at women who are coming in the front. They are working towards inclusivity in sustainability. And sustainable, when I talk about sustainability, I feel sustainable is a very vast word, which covers, like you just said, from all the 17 aspects. Could be environment, could be, how you take sustainability forward. So I think sustainability is a very, very, and it really, what does it really mean? That's what we need to understand. And it depends on the equitable distribution of resources, for today and for the future. Of course, it cannot be achieved without gender equality. And, women's empowerment is the key factor for achieving sustainable economic growth, social development, and environmental sustainability. So I think women are the drivers, and, the sustainability development should be a key principle of all policies and actions. I have, speakers here who would be talking from the experience when working in the hotels. So we are broadly designed to create a society which is based on freedom, democracy, and respect for the fundamental rights, fostering equality of opportunity and solidarity within between the generations. And we need to be the balancing act of sustainability. So because development, I feel, affects people in different ways and parts of the world, in different parts of the world. It also affects people differently depending whether they are male or female. So being aware of this and taking into account in development planning and action is known today as practicing a gender perspective. So generally speaking, there have been a number of improvements to women's lives in the past 20 years. For example, the female life expectancy is increasing. More girls are going to school. More women are being paid, are in the paid workforce. Many countries have introduced laws to protect women's rights. So all this is a part of the sustainability model, and that's how we see the growth happening of the women. And believe you me, we have women as employers today, twice as many female employers today in the sector, and proving that significant opportunities exist in the sector for women to run their own business. So I think we'll continue when you ask me more questions, but I think that's just my opening remarks on how sustainability is looked upon in today's world and how we need to move forward, because I think, we are really going up in numbers and the percentage, and we are actually in the world, we are 57% where women are concerned in this hospitality sector. But yes, going forward, I'll answer the other questions too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jyoti. Coming to Dr. Madhu, good evening, and thank you for being with us. So my question to you is, you are actually a stalwart of the hospitality industry. You've been here for more than 35 years, leading projects, and you have interest in you've opened your own organization, and you're passionate about so many things which look at project design and development and interiors, and working to successfully reach the conclusion of the project. What beliefs do you have, or what qualities do you see that women have increased in as being a very strong woman in yourself? So the women in your team over the years, what do you feel that they have also been looking forward to and being able to change in this industry?
So good evening to everyone. It's an immense pleasure to be part of this panel, and to share a little bit on what you asked is that it's very important that we as a woman, or I as a woman, we all need to have a vision for our own self. Sometimes we get very much bogged down with so many roles that we play in our lifespan that we are not able to actually focus on our own self and our self-development. So in hospitality, when it comes to, we need to understand that a woman who comes out of the comfort zone of their homes and starts working, and I can give an example of many people, and I can start talking about my own mother, who actually played a role of a woman who pushed me to be very independent. We are three sisters, and all of us today are, I would say, successful because of the push of a woman. So it's very important. And as Jyoti ma'am also said that, a woman should actually empower the other woman. Now, when we talk about women in hospitality, when it comes to hospitality, a woman by nature is very, very affectionate, very caring, the sort of characteristics of being able to share and also develop people around them. So during my whole journey, even I have seen women who have come and started working with me when I probably reached a little bit of success in my journey, who came in and they couldn't even talk well, they couldn't communicate well. But over a period of time, they were recognized in the same organization, because a woman needs to also give training to the people, to the co-workers, and they understand men also well. So I don't discriminate between men and women, because a lot of men do support women as well. And I'll give you an example. When I was at the Lalit, where I was about 27 years, I was the head of projects and the only woman in the department, with 35 men at different fields from a worker level to. So we've all worked as a very good team and put together. So teamwork, caring, sharing, upliftment, then even training for that matter, which is a very, very big need in today's skill to develop skill sets. Educational knowledge and the, say, whatever you get from your campuses where you come from. If a woman who is already pursuing hospitality is entering into the corporate world, they have to be polished, and it's like a finishing school for them the first couple of years. So a woman in an organization can really add a lot, I feel, to the sustainable development. Since a woman's main role is also to be a homemaker, so the financial aspect of making sure that is it the buying decision right? Is she spending in the right direction? Where we can reduce, where we can manage the budgets in your respective departments. So all that comes to sustainability, bringing in sustainability in your organization as such. So I feel it's important for each woman to believe in herself, set some milestones, which should be achievable milestones. And also it's very important to you do your own SWOT, so that where are you, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. And upskilling is something that I think at any phase, even today for that matter, within this digital world, and we people, all of us actually belong to a non-digital world as well as a digital world, and to keep up to pace with all that is not easy. So that's what are some of my thoughts that I thought I'll share with you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting to hear. I would like to ask both of you the same question. Perhaps you can give your thoughts on these. Jyoti ma'am, we have not heard about your journey, so I would like to ask you. And after that, the question that I have for both of you is, along your journey, both not your professional journeys, have you ever come across gender challenges, and how did you overcome these? And then how did you train others to actually overcome gender challenges, those within your teams where you could see there were similarities in situations? How did you give them strength to maintain that? Because that is sustainability. Dr. Madhu, as you just mentioned, when you are training other people, that strength that you have imbibed in yourself, doing your own SWOT analysis, doing your own self-reflection, how have you given that strength to other women who are perhaps not as strong as you, but empowering them has now led to this sustainable development within women? So Ms. Jyoti, if I can just ask you first about your journey.
Yeah, sure. So my journey actually was something that actually I didn't struggle at all. So it was like I was opened with absolutely open arms, because my husband was the one when I entered the travel and tourism, and he was already running a very successful business. And it was just by being on his side, I was just welcomed everywhere. But that doesn't say anything about sustainability. It's your next step that matters. Even if you are embraced in the world, and when you come out in the world, you give one cry, and then you learn to, get through to the environment, and you learn to walk, and you learn to talk, and you learn to do other things. It's the same way when you enter a new industry, because I was not from the tourism industry at all. But for me to do learning, and like she just said that, skilling is a very big part. So you need to know your subject very well. And yes, today, knowing the subjects is one way, but soft skills, like she also just said, was very, very important, because that is what it is. But for me, my journey was like, I just had a mother who was working at home. So I always thought I was a normal human being, a normal person. I can compete with the men. And I think that's the first thing that should come into a mind of every girl who's listening to me today. That there is nothing about a man and a woman. We are all together, born in this world, and we are equal. We are equal. So we need to put that into our minds, that we are equal. There's nothing that makes us different. It is we ourselves who make ourselves different. Why do we expect someone to carry our bag if we are efficient enough, or strong enough to carry it? Why do we want someone to open the door? Okay, courtesy, I can imagine. But I can also go in front and open the door for myself, because I'm capable of it. So that is what capability is. Of course, there is one thing called where you have to be chauvinist about things. You give respect to a woman. That, of course, we take in our stride, and we actually indulge and savor in it. But I think there are some things which we need to know and take in our stride. And that's what I believed in, and that's what I grew up with. So that's how I really take life as. And during this journey, I've always been someone who's always encouraged girls and women all around. And, the moment I became the president of TIE, I saw that, in 73 people, 73 of us management committee members, I was the only woman, and that also as the president. And in 75 years of being of TIE, TIE is the oldest nodal body, it was established in 51. I was the second woman president. So you can imagine what the environment there was, and how the men really, you were surrounded by men. But believe you me, if I walk in with confidence and I know my subject well, no man can ever pull me down. And that's what I believed in. So that is the way I think the women should be, girls today. I would not say women, the girls need to be empowered. And it actually starts from home. The sustainability part starts from home. It's how your family treats you. The mothers need to stop talking to the children in saying, your brother is like this, give him this. You are a girl, you don't have to do this. We have to inculcate this sustainability right even before a child is born into the mothers who are, or the families who are, that what is sustainability. And believe you me, everyone has, the capacity to outgrow. When we talk about hospitality, you are from IHM, and, we've been doing a lot of, chef Olympiads and everything, where I was also a part of it. I suddenly see that, the women are cooking the maximum in every house. But it took us so long to get a Michelin star, for the chef Garima, who was the first Indian woman to get it. So over a restaurant in Thailand called Ga. But, this to stand together for. We will empower each other, we will skill each other, we'll upskill each other. But we need to say that we are a strong force. We cannot be looked down upon someone weak. And that is what I've been doing since the time I became the president. The first thing I did was I opened Women in TIE and Tourism, and I enrolled 700 women immediately there. And we started doing a lot of webinars and, even physical events. And even today, if a girl or a woman comes up to me in my industry saying, ma'am, I want to reestablish, or I want to do something in travel, tourism, it could be media, could be anything, will you help me? I'm the first person to help them. So I think we need to say that we help a guy, man, boy, it doesn't matter, but we also equally need to help the women to grow. And I think that is very important, because that is the need of the hour. We need to handhold them to say that you are the best. And that is what we need to tell them, that the strength is within us, and we need to show our strength and not be strong and saying I'm strong, but in the journey become more stronger.
Thank you. Very insightful. Dr. Madhu, coming to you, if you could give us your thoughts.
What I think, a girl, as Jyoti ma'am said, that there's no difference between a girl and a boy. And I think this difference is also created and rightfully said that at the home. And from there, it should start. There should be no, I was actually also the eldest. And then I had 5 cousins who were all boys. So we were all brought up. And just I wanted to say one thing, that till I was 5 years, I used to say, "Main khata hu, main jata hu." I used to never call myself as a girl. So I didn't differentiate myself from them. So I think that's a very big take, that each one of us have to realize our own strength, and the girls have to come forward. Now, a lot of cooperation is required from your home, from your workplace, from your colleagues, and also from the various organizations that you are dealing with. Each one of them has to have some sort of a understanding that, okay, everybody is not born perfect. And girls that come to you for help does not mean that they don't know. Now, if you can bring them to a level where they can become independent, and I'll give you an example. There was a peon working with me in my hotel, and he had a daughter, and he was very concerned. He said, now I have a daughter, I have to take care of her. Very soon I'll have to get her, educated and well. How should I do? So I told him, I said, the most important thing for a girl, whether she comes from any sphere of life and wherever it is education. And this comes to me as a tagline that my mother was using all the time. Education is a jewelry that nobody can rob you of. So education is something that we have to inculcate, and we are seeing that coming now. A lot of more and more girls are getting educated and reaching. So that girl is now done her BBA and she has a decent job. So you feel very good when you see somebody achieve and follow that. On the other hand, I will not actually hesitate from saying, I have seen women bringing down other women. So this is another issue that needs to be also resolved, that you shouldn't be envious of someone, because each one of us can gain from each other. And because I also teach, so I also tell my students that, there is a little bit of patience that is also required during everyone's journey. So if we can take our lives as a staircase that we are climbing up, and if we even were to go from a design aspect of a staircase, you take about a few steps and then you have a landing. Then you take up a few steps. So they should also treat their lives with these milestones that I was mentioning earlier. So you achieve some milestones, you consolidate, then you go few more flights up. But you should have, so life for them and should be a cliff, which does not have a peak, because you can never peak it out each day. Even today, every morning I get up with something, that we need to do this. And hearing Jyoti ma'am with whatever she is doing in her own space also gives me so much of encouragement that, there's so many women who are looking at the same space and trying to make a difference in somebody else's life. So to bring sustainability again, when I say it's not very tangible that you can see, but we need to be sustainable in what we do. So if our efforts are bringing I would say an unseen change in somebody's life, it is still sustainability. You might not be able to measure it, but the person whose life you are changing can measure it, because she can see the change in her. And that confidence building. So I mentor a few of these students as well when I'm teaching, so I tell them, I said, do not have a 5-year plan for yourself. It's so important to have, so training your team, bringing them up to date, building up the self-confidence in them. Sometimes they take a break because they are married, and then for about a couple of years, they are not working. So to help them come back after they have crossed that phase into the corporate world or into their job, which they want to aspire. Because everybody, by the end of the day, I think each woman wants to be and is an achiever. So that's something that I feel, some of the thoughts in my mind.
Thank you. That was so effective, your analogy of taking a few steps, then going to a landing, and then kind of building the foundation for the next few steps. I think that is, it's a wonderful way of looking at it. And if we approach, for anybody, if we approach life in that way, it means that we can also use that same methodology in which to move up and not burn ourselves out, but to take time to consolidate the learning, then move up again. So that's a wonderful way of putting it. The next question, again, to both of you, because you will have your different responses to this. Over the years, what differences have you seen in women as cultural changes, which can be then used as stepping stones for future generations? For example, Jyoti ma'am, you are in tourism. So you've seen what tourism, the different varieties of tourism which have now sprung up, like medical tourism, religious tourism, adventure tourism, all these kinds of things, where women have now become involved. So the differences where women were not involved so many years ago, but are now slowly becoming involved. What are the stepping stones that you can see for them in the future? How will they become more involved? We have so much cultural heritage, especially in India, which we can look forward to. What are the ways in which women can consolidate for future generations and take themselves up? Jyoti ma'am, if you would like to
Thank you, Raji. Thank you once again. I would just say that the road ahead is very long, but surely achievable for every woman, and I'm also happy to say that women are really breaking the glass ceiling and coming into leadership roles also. So they are bringing positive changes in the hospitality industry, encouraging a more inclusive and diverse working culture, maintaining the work-life balance, because we actually are multi-skillers by birth. We women are used to multi-skilling right from the beginning of our lives, the moment we come into life. So all this comes with a very naturally high emotional intelligence. And, so I think hospitality especially is a zone literally where women can easily take over. And I really believe me, I really believe in that. I'm sure Madhuji's worked for so long in the hospitality sector, but I think the women can really take it over. And not only that, today women are everywhere. It's not that, they are not doing adventure tourism. They are taking solo women groups around. They are into each and everything. Today, we are not scared of stepping out at night. Though I know initially there was a challenge of timings in the hotel. So women were scared. Families didn't want them to, go and work in a hotel. I remember I wanted to work in a hotel. My mother said, no way. Are you going to be staying out the whole night? And it's like telling your parents, though my parents were very educated, but still it was more of the social stigma, the society stigma that said, oh, this girl stays out the whole night. As if, what you do at night, you can't do in the day. So that's the classic nature and attitude of our society. So I think all these things have now been overcome in quite some ways. And I would say in the hospitality sector, where it is actually the women who's the driver, who's the multi-skiller, who's actually in our houses, especially the Indian culture, where, guest is God, and we believe in the Atithi Deva Bhava. So every woman is, beyond being a homemaker, can actually be in the hospitality sector and extend those courteous ways and extend her roots of her growth into the industry. But otherwise, we have seen women in culture, in diversifying all aspects of tourism. And I see them growing every day. Every day you say, look at the wellness, look at the weddings. All women are involved today, because wellness, though it's not that a man can't be well and can't be in the well form, but it's the women who are taking the lead. Look at the weddings. The thought processes that a woman takes in when she's doing a wedding is very different from a man's thought process. We rule not only by our heads, we also involve our hearts in it. So I think that's why the women come out as very emotionally strong, especially with our industry. And I talk about the entire travel, tourism, hospitality. I think women just can relate to it so easily. So this aspect in the industry, actually, if you ask me, should be overtaken by the women. And one more thing which I always tell these young girls when they come to me, and even when I meet students at THSC, learn to respect yourself. Learn to have confidence in yourself. There's no one in this world who can take you for granted. There is no one in this world who can take you for a ride. There's no one in this world, if you demand respect, he will not give it to you. You need to nurture yourself to the growth of the environment and face all your issues saying, I can. That word needs to be right up and into your mind. And if you think you can, let me tell you, everything is achievable. You have to put it in your mind. And it's a very famous thing that once you put it in your mind that you can do something, nothing blocks your career, nothing blocks yourself, and you can just move forward. Just be good to others. It's part of growing up. We all do learn. We still learn. I mean, I'm still learning in life. Every day is a learning day for me. Like Madhuji said, when I get up from the bed, you don't know what you're going to face. You face all sorts of people in the world. Could be a man, could be a woman pulling down a woman being, sorry to say, the most worst things about a woman, a man also not, and the man could be the best person to be actually, pushing you to achieve the best. But you need to, one thing only makes it happen. Bad woman, bad man, good man, bad human beings. They're all human beings. They're all been born and brought up to do certain roles in their lives. You need to say that you are the best and move forward with it. And that's what will carry you forward. And yes, I agree that every aspect, it's not culture, cuisine, chefs, or adventure, wellness, weddings, anything, or even mice. I think women are there to break every barrier and move forward.
Thank you. Very strong statements, and ones I'm sure everybody will agree with. Dr. Mathu, what differences have you seen over the years that you have been in hospitality? What differences in characteristics in the women who are joining the hospitality have you seen, where they can build on those, teach it to their daughters, teach it to their families, teach it to their sons also? What will be the strength of women, along with the EQ, the emotional quotient, the empathy, the heart, as well as the head? How do you think women are building themselves up? What are their strengths nowadays, which were not so evident before?
What I feel, and I can give you an example. If we went about, say, 10 years before, and if we talk about today, a housekeeper never even thought that she could be a general manager of a hotel. She never thought that. But today they are climbing up the ladder, and we see many general managers or hotel managers where, starting from a background like housekeeping, they have reached. So there are some role models in the industry who actually become their mentors and bring that confidence. So I say that with the technology embracing over the last, I would say, decade, and it's now within the last 5, 6, 7 years, and post-pandemic even more, a woman has, or a lady or a girl has understood that there is an, I would say, uncountable avenues that I have for me. And it's something that what I am passionate about, that I want to achieve. So even in a hotel, when after the campus, when they even come into the hotel, they join a particular department, and over a period of time, probably they would like to discover their own strengths, which they are doing now in a much better way, and trying to change and ask, and going back to their HRs and asking them, okay, I came in as a housekeeping person, but with my guest interaction skills and all, I have felt that, I can be in the front of the house and also interact. So I would like to join the front office. So to develop and to also actually discover your own strengths is something that I see in this young generation much more. Also, a lot of entrepreneurial thoughts that one day they want to do something on their own. So they work and try to gain that experience as well. A lady, a girl, or a woman, as we may call, we all have a very good eye for detail. So we can see things much beyond, and can also establish how this space will look. So if I call from my own space, like design, we can even imagine while we are even designing how that thing will look. So when we are actually doing events, or when we are doing various, various things in a particular hotel, their involvement brings in that finishing touch to the spaces. So I think now time is changing. It's not that we still have a long way to go, but a girl or a woman is respected in the organization, and an organization cannot afford anymore to not respect them, because they now understand their own strength and power. Because I am a very firm believer, and I tell everyone, each one of us has 100%. It's up to us that at what percentage we get satisfied. So that's what I try to tell everyone, and I can see that difference between today's generation. And so if we deal with my generation, and then maybe sort of a mid-level generation, and then the young fresh joinees, there is a thought process change. So a very good embracement of the experience, plus the, I would say, digital world that we are also facing challenges with. So it's a two-way traffic. So the experienced are also learning from these young generation that is coming in. So it's not that we are just skilling them, they are also skilling them. And I
Yes,
can get back to my own experience when I joined Hilton after being at the owner's site for 27 years. And there I had people, 35 people working with me and doing, and I was controlling and everything. And suddenly I became one-man army. I had to do everything myself. So I had a young architect colleague of mine, and I used to tell him, I said, his name was Senthil. So I said, I want to know, what to do this. He said, ma'am, do yourself, and only then you will know. So I think it's very important that we do things ourselves. We might make mistakes, but I think that's the way you learn. So doing things yourself and having not so much dependency on
have come across in your professional lives, who you have learned from and who has left an imprint on your mind and in your way of working within the industry? And how did it happen? Why did it happen? Why was it so important?
I don't know. I think that's a tough question for me, at least, because I like I just said, when I came into the entire environment, there were a lot of women who were doing well, but I learned from many. It's not just saying I didn't. I learned from many, because I was not a hotelier at all. I looked into the hospitality people, and I had a lot of friends. Even Josna Suri was one of them. Priya Paul was one of them. I kept looking at them and seeing how they have developed and how they are running these successful. But like I said, because I was given something to do, I dirtied my hands, like Madhuji has said, literally, and got into the business myself, learning absolutely from the root how to develop my own business. So today, so those formations and those learnings and the way we were brought up to say, know your topic well, was taught by our mother or our school teachers. And I think that's what we took forward in life. And that's how it was. Because I always feel, I've always been taught one thing when I was small also, that, women have all the power within them to create, nurture, and transform. So you need to just build on those things and you are there. One more thing I want to add here, I know it's deviating from your question, and for that, looking up to a woman, I really can't pinpoint one person. In school, yes, I had a teacher I used to look upon. At home, I had a mother who was my role model, absolutely my role model, because I saw her handling everything. I lost my father when I was just 10 years old. I knew how she held it up and how she grew. And she was just from convent educated, but how she got educated after that. She did her MB, MA after that. She started teaching in a convent school, how she taught. And it's not that she had to work, but she still did it because she felt that is what I could give back to the children. So you learn from a lot of people who keep influencing your life, but some influences are much more stronger. But one thing I'm going to say this, here before, I know this must be the last question, that, we ourselves, when we keep demanding the environment and the entire society to give us special powers, are not required. We ourselves telling the world that we are weaker, we want this. We are strong enough. I think from next time, maybe you could make this change. I was telling someone in the government today, I said, my day is every day. How about counting your days? When are you really speaking? So can't we start celebrating a man's day to tell the women you are more stronger than the men? And that's why we are celebrating a man's life today, because you are a part and parcel of him. Every she has a H in it. Every she has a he in it. every woman has a man in it, which is everyone knows about it. So let's create that environment and say, we are here, we are strong. The only thing we need to equip ourselves is with knowledge, confidence, and strength. And a strong woman will know that she has strength enough for the entire journey of her life. But a strong woman of strength knows it is the journey which will make her strong. So that is what she has to actually build her life upon, that my journey is going to make me strong and she should not shy away from it. And that's the way you gain your strength.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's very, 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 very motivating and inspiring. I'm sure there are many people, me included, who feel that, yes, why give us a special day? I have this conversation with my husband just before Women's Day every year. So, but anyway, I think you just highlighted that. Dr. Madhu, if I can come to you.
Yeah, if as Jyoti ma'am said, and there are so many people who actually matter to you in terms of bringing you where you are. And you cannot pinpoint. And as she said, and I'm also very much, I think it comes from my mother. And she is the only one person. And I'll give you a little example why I am saying so. My mom, my grandmother, my mom's mom was uneducated. And she made sure my mom was a graduate. And I'm going back to so many, maybe in the 50s, and we are not like in this millennium, the century as such as well. And to be a graduate at that time was very good. And I lost my father also very young. And my mother had to start working at the age of 40 with three children. And she actually made sure that each one of us was independent, and she inculcated those habits in us as we were growing. And I'll give you a very simple example. And I think these stories actually for the students hearing will make difference, because probably they are their stories as well. So my mom used to say, Madhu, your cupboard is so dirty, please clean. Your cupboard is so dirty, please keep it clean. I said, yes, mom, I'll do it. I will do it. One day I come back from school, all my books are on the floor. Then I have no choice but just to do. So she was not hard on me, but she made sure that I realize it's important to be neat. So I think these are some of the things that we learn from there. In my professional environment, I had many people who made the difference. And Jyoti ma'am took the name of Mrs. Jyotsna Suri, who we also call Jyoti. So she actually taught me that how energetic a woman can be. I told her one day, I said, I know I can support and do, but I think I can never match your energy level. But still, so if there was a benchmark for her, I was following her and trying to match, but I could never match her, because there's an energy level that everybody has. And I think that keeps on motivating. And another thing, I think this is for the students and also for the current, employees in various parts and various departments of a hotel. I think it's very important to have satisfied, and also if you are not satisfied, to say that. A woman does not say enough, because if you don't say, you will not be. No news is good news. So if you say something that doesn't suit you or you didn't appreciate, over a cup of coffee with your colleague, you have to sit down and say, it was okay. I didn't want to talk to you in this big forum, but this is something that I didn't like. And because then I'm sure you will be respected for it. So these are small things that come to your mind as a practical solutions, and life will teach you. A lot will be taught by your journey to you. Some people who will teach you and put in, and you will have as mentors who you think can guide you. But I think you are your best friend. And you need to learn with your own experiences, where it will show you the path to success. And on this Women's Day, I think I also wish everyone a very happy Women's Day. And we are very sure that together, all of us will really make this whole world as a very happy place and as an equal space for men and women.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhu, Jyoti. We have gained lots of insights from you, which have been able to express perhaps what we feel also. And learning from everyone is something which we need to do, as you have both very nicely expressed. Thank you so much for giving us your time today and sharing your thoughts with us. We wish you all the best, not just for Women's Day, but every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, girls, for all of you listening to us. And I hope we've been able to motivate you enough to move forward with all your positivity and strength. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sanchari, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rupa ma'am. Thank you very, very much. And a big thank you to Jyoti ma'am and Madhu ma'am as well. I think this was a very insightful conversation once again. We are so inspired the entire day today. I think for us women, this is very precious and we feel very powerful with the kind of thought processes, with the positive aspect and so much of strength that we have gained and we keep gaining every day. So especially on this Women's Day, you know, the topics that we have spoken about, each one of you have contributed so much in your life, ma'am. And that itself, you know, your journey is something which inspires us as well as our students. So on that note, thank you very much for joining us this evening. And we look forward to seeing you once again very, very soon, Jyoti ma'am and Madhu ma'am. Thank you so much, Rupa ma'am,
Thank
for
you,
your
Sanchari.
joining.
All the best. Thank you for all the
ma'am.
coordination and love. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rupa ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, we are almost heading towards the end of the session today, right? Firstly, I need to give a huge thank you to our audience who's been there and very, very supportive. We are really hopeful that on the International Women's Day, the aspects that we have brought in through the Global Conference of Women in Hospitality was really insightful for everybody. And we are encouraging a lot of women, lot of girls to take up this as a great career choice, because as all of us are, we are all happy women, right? All happy women in hospitality. And that's what we are trying to showcase to you through our all personal journeys. So the last session for today would be women's leadership and career progression in the hospitality industry. Again, a very, very power-packed and interesting panel. But then before that, I'll request my IT team to go ahead for a small break. In the meantime, we can have the last evening cup of tea with all of you, right? And all of you can actually move in and get one yourself. And then in the next couple of minutes, we shall be starting with the finale panel of today. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are at the end of our panel discussion today. I have to tell you that we have had a very, very successful day. The very moment we went ahead and opened the global, the Congress out here, we started with the first panel, which started at around 2:30. And right now it is 6:30 by my watch, and we have been going really steady and with some amazing panels and some great global leaders from across the world. So the finale slot for tonight happens to be the women's leadership and career progression in the hospitality industry. And for this panel, I am extremely fortunate to go ahead and call in my panelists of the evening. To start with, I would be starting with Ms. Kate Nichols, OBE, who happens to be the CEO of UK Hospitality. Talking about Nichols, ma'am, she was appointed the CEO of UK Hospitality, the powerful voice representing the broad hospitality sector in April 2018, having previously worked as CEO and Strategic Affairs Director of the ALMR. Kate was a director at one of the largest independent public affairs companies, working with a number of hospitality, retail, and leisure accounts before establishing her own strategic communications consultancy in the year 2000. She is a graduate of Fitzwilliam College, Cambridge, and King's College, London. A very, very hearty welcome to you, Ms. Nichols. It's so wonderful to see you here, ma'am. From all of us here at India, a very warm welcome. Together with her, ladies and gentlemen, yes, ma'am. Warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Say thank you very much for having me. I'm delighted to be able to join you.
Same here, ma'am. We are equally delighted and elated to have you here today, all the way from UK. And we are really happy that you were able to manage this time, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us in this panel. And with Miss Kate, we have Dr. Arya Lengil. Dr. Arya Lengil happens to be the senior lecturer in hospitality management at the London Geller College of Hospitality and Tourism. With over 20 years of experience in the hospitality industry, Aryan has a considerable professional background spanning from Europe to the South Pacific to Asia. She spent over 10 years in the rooms division department before moving on to sales and marketing at corporate level, working for companies as Hilton and their core. A very, very warm welcome to you, Ariane. It is such a pleasure to see you here, and a great welcome from all of us here at the Global Conclave. With them, I have none other than our very, very precious Mrs. Sanjukta Bose, who's a co-founder and the director at Iihm Hotel Schools. A very, very hearty welcome to you, ma'am. It is really wonderful to see you here today. You happen to be the first lady of Iihm Global, and we are so fortunate to have you here join us today on this extremely wonderful topic that you're going to be sharing together with Ms. Kate Nichols and Ms. Aryan Lengil. Also,
thank you,
ladies and gentlemen,
Sanchari.
you're most welcome, ma'am. And with them, we are also anticipating Ms. Miranda Control, who is the curriculum manager for hospitality at the Westminster Kingsway College. She's trying to join in, though she has some technical difficulties. We are really hopeful that she would be able to make it and join us all the way from London once again. But in the meantime, I would like to welcome our panel for the day. And to start with it, I would like to basically go ahead and, of course, want everybody out here, starting from Ms. Kate Nichols to Ma'am Bowles and Ms. Aryan, to talk about their journeys and about their career progressions. Over to you, Kate, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, I suppose, like many people, I fell into hospitality. It wasn't a planned career. It was an area that I hadn't really considered before, although I'd worked in hospitality as a summer job and a Saturday job. But I found myself working in politics initially after I graduated, in the European Parliament and in the House of Commons, the UK Parliament. And I was responsible for taking through reports looking at food standards, food regulation, and looking at employment practices. And I was approached by a number of hospitality companies from the UK to talk about what they were going to do. And one of them, Whitbread, recruited me to work for them. So I worked not on the front line and not in front of house, but I worked in corporate head office, looking at the legislation, the regulation, and the ways in which we needed to present the case back to national and regional and European governments for the hospitality sector. So when I started working in Whitbread, Whitbread owned pubs, bars, restaurants, hotels, breweries, visitor attractions. We even had some wonderful horses down on a hop farm. So we went into the tourism space, coffee shops. And my role there was to be the voice and face of that company to those political audiences and to support the communications in the media and to help the companies to be able to understand legislation that was going through and changes that they would need to make to operational practice. So I suppose it's an opportunity to be able to highlight the fact that for many people, when they think about hospitality as a career and where you can go, they think about waitressing. They think about sort of front of house reception at hotels, maybe housekeeping. They think about catering. And yes, there is a volume of those jobs that are available, but there is also a wealth of jobs and expertise and opportunities that are available behind the scenes at head office and within the wider industry to be able to take you through a different route. So hopefully my journey gives you an idea of how that different route can come about, how you can take that expertise that you've got and apply it in a different background, because I can do my role in any industry. My job will be replicated in any industrial sector, but there is only in hospitality that you will have such fun, such rewarding and fulfilling work experience dealing with people, because you are dealing with people on a daily basis, helping to support and develop people's opportunities. And those sort of background roles that you have in hospitality are available as well as a consideration for where you can go and how you can develop. And I think when we're looking at women in hospitality in particular, those marketing, communications, strategic advice, consultancy, looking at how you develop and shape strategy, particularly adept to fitting in around what women are wanting to do, the skills that women particularly bring to bear, and how you can take that further forward. So hopefully that gives you a flavour of a different route through and where you can work in the hospitality sector, but in an adjacent capacity. So marketing, communications, strategic planning, and then right the way through to sort of leading the organisation and being that voice and face of the industry for the UK.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nichols. To begin with, definitely it has been a very, very inspiring journey. But then we are absolutely sure also that while you were, during a times of course, going ahead and taking up hospitality and of course, getting into the career, there has been a lot of challenges also. We are certain that all of us have faced. And in particular, coming in from the different particular countries that we are all in, where hospitality is still not being considered to be in the top 10 of the listed, educations that we basically are suggested, especially by our peers or maybe by the, our parents, etc. Where do you think, ma'am, that we can in fact go ahead and maybe, enlighten the society and definitely show them the brighter prospects of hospitality in today's education?
Well, I think, there's a couple of points I would make there is that in my experience, no parent is ever satisfied unless you're saying you're going to be a doctor, lawyer, or potentially an architect. People do have that sort of pyramid of where it's good to go, what are the best universities, what are the best careers. Actually, it's about making sure that you've got the right opportunities in place to be able to showcase the way in which you can have equally rewarding and fulfilling careers, not necessarily coming through a traditional hospitality route, but maybe moving sideways after you've done different courses, different areas that you want to explore, and then demonstrating how this is the best environment within which to develop and deploy business and marketing skills and those wider skill sets. Because as a sector, I think the opportunities that exist within our industry globally are second to none, because we are one of the few sectors of the economy that is predicted to continue to grow. It will grow in the fastest rate for sort of emerging markets. It will even grow significantly in markets like the UK and North America that are very mature tourism markets. You know, in the UK, we're still forecast to grow between 3 and 5% each year for the next decade. When you've got growth across the economy as a whole, flatlining at around 0 to 1%, that is a substantial level of growth. So the opportunities that exist for expanding careers and moving into that area, it is good. The second point that I would make is there's high levels of innovation. And I think what we need to look at is the innovative ways that we are developing careers in the sector, that it's highly tech dependent, it's highly data driven, and that both in the back of house business and in the front of house service, the innovations that are coming through are going to be significant and good opportunities for people who want to work in that side. And the third and final point I would make is these are future-proof careers. You know, if we are looking at the advent of AI, if we are looking at digital and technology, in many sectors of the economy, that designs out jobs. If you look at retail and all of the innovation that goes through there, those are jobs that get designed out. There's, you know, GP chat will design out a lot of legal jobs, will design out a lot of lower level medicine and those kind of processing jobs. You cannot design out service. Our industry is experience led and it needs people to deliver it. So we will always have future-proof jobs. The jobs will evolve, they will adapt to the technologies of the future. Then I think there's the second strand of that. So that's about making sure that we have the most compelling narrative for people who are not thinking about hospitality and are joining after a different degree or joining straight from school. I think there's the opportunities that exist there for those three areas. And the final point is you can go from bar to boardroom very rapidly and very rapid acceleration. I think then the people who have decided to work in hospitality, it's about explaining and extolling the virtues of the breadth of hospitality that is in offer, because people tend to think about it in sort of very narrow bands. So you're either thinking about hotels and revenue management and it's very corporate, or you come up organically through a different route, or you're thinking about back of house and you're thinking about catering. There is that breadth of opportunities around there that can appeal to everybody. So I think it's about making sure that the hospitality degrees are equipping people for the skills of the future, and also pointing people at various options across the breadth of hospitality businesses globally and nationally, so that people can understand where their hospitality career can take them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rickles, for a starting point. And I think this is going to be setting up the tone of the conversation that we are going to be having with everybody this evening. I shall be now moving on to Sanjukta ma'am. A very, very good evening, ma'am. You have been with the hospitality education for 3 decades. And in this 3 decades, ma'am, you know, pioneering with IIHM that we have seen, there has been a great percentage ratio change, you know, wherein girls have joined over the years across different cities. Where do you think, ma'am, has been a gap, and how can we basically make it more like, you know, where we can have almost the equal kind of ratio between a man as well as a woman, you know, choosing up hospitality? Because we still see there's a huge gap in that particular module.
Oh, thank you, Sanchari, and good evening to all present here today. I feel it's a great pleasure for me to be part of the panel. And I was listening to all the great women, the boss women, and who has really brought a lot of changes in the hospitality industry. And really, it's going to be when our students listen to these leaders, especially our girls, it's a great help for them. And Sanchari, as you know, starting from, we are going to celebrate our 30th Foundation Day, this 15th of March. So being with the Institute for more than 30 years, being the co-founder and director of the Institute, yes, I have seen a lot of change, because when we started in initial stage, that there was hardly any private institute in hospitality management, or you can say hotel management. We started in that time, the percentage of girls were hardly 10 to 14%. And on the, from the Indian perspective, there were a lot of things that time, like which are not talked nowadays, I can tell you that. that the girls will get married, why invest so much on their career? And we had students mostly from the urban area, less from the smaller cities, and very, very less from the rural. So when you think about India, a very less percentage of the children are from the rural, urban area. So high percentage of population come from the rural area. And of course, there is a huge number from the smaller cities. So if you divide like that, 10 to 14%, and slowly the numbers started increasing, the percentage started increasing, because women in the hospitality industry were doing very well. Yes, if you think about hospitality industry, like in the airlines and other areas, the percentage of women, like the cabin crew, are mostly women. I will come to that later, that there is a change in equation actually. But then it started increasing, and I can tell you now, almost 35 to 45% of our students ratio is girls. So now this obstacle in women's leadership has got a lot to do with cultural discouragement and developmental discrepancies. So cultural it has decreased actually. This cultural discouragement has decreased, and development discrepancies has also changed. So that's the reason more women are coming for this hospitality industry. As a director of institute, and I have many directors who are women. You can see Sanchari is already here, Manvi, Sabnam. So yes, a lot of girls comes to us. And in fact, if not now, 15, 20 years back, the girls were not sure about their career, that where do they stand after maybe 10 years, 15 years. And there was little early marriage in the Indian community. And this, I have seen this change. And as a IHM in the institute, we have always tried to encourage our girls to join career, which people thought it's a men-dominated place, like in the food and beverage service, in the kitchen. And there were areas where like they thought it's a woman-dominated, like housekeeping, front of the house. Now, if you speak about 1994, 95, and now in 2023, where we stand, more girls are joining F&B, food and beverage service, and we have encouraged students to do take up subject like wine studies. You have seen in the Young Chef Olympiad, there were 2 to 4, I think 4 times, if I'm not wrong, the girls in the from our IHM, where girl student had taken the lead role and they were representing India. So we could see this change. And in the food and beverage industry, there are very few students is to join food and beverage industry. Now they are in the wine industry, they are selling, they are in the alcohol industry, they are in the sales, there are so many students of ours traveling all over the world, and they're becoming the executive chefs. And but this difference is partly, you will all agree with me, is the change comes as women start working in an industry. So evaluation is very important thing. So in a lot of places, not only hospitality industry, in engineering, there were branches where women didn't join. Mechanical engineering in our time was a very male-dominated place. And nurses were more of women than men. Now there are male nurses, women nurses, there are women cabin crew, the male cabin crew. So this gender equality is coming, and it's very important. Each of one of us, we teach our students to understand gender equality, and we work so much with sustainability. Our students are made to work, you know, all that those who are associated with IHM, we work with Zero Hunger Project, which is one of the no poverty for sustainability. We work with other sustainable development, and also we work with gender equality. And Iihm has given a lot of emphasis to make students understand the gender equality. And once one day will come when every day is a Women's Day. I think many of the speakers has said this, and every day will be Men's Day. Women are multi-directional, multifunctional, but there is always a question why there are not too many women leaders at the top in the hospitality industry. So again, it comes to the evolution. If the girls have joined this industry late, especially in India, and they have what they are working in this places like kitchen or in the alcohol industry or beverage industry much later, but the numbers are increasing, that we can see. So if the increased percentage can be from 10 to 30, 35 in India, and there is a change. And yes, we will, the best thing is that gender equality, where women and men will be 50-50%, if more or less can be, but not because he's a male or woman, because they will take up the job, and they will take the job seriously, as long as they're a man or woman, understand the job. And I think that's all from my side. Thank you, Sanchari.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bose, for the introductory talk. I think that was really important for us to understand the statistics generally, and definitely go towards a particular nation where you basically said that tomorrow would be a day when maybe, everybody would be wanting to choose the similar kind of profession. There would not be maybe such a gap between both the genders, if we talk about, and it's more neutralized in that particular parameter. Going ahead to Aryan. Aryan, you have been an educator for a very long time, right? And definitely you have seen a lot of students from different countries, right? A lot of international students that you basically teach as well and mentor as well, right? There has been a massive gender inequality that we have seen when it comes to the vertical of hospitality even now. How do you think that education can help in, eradicating this bias? And what are the things that we as educators can basically do to, persevere this and see to it that we are trying to create a world where everybody, and especially girls, they're not emotionally challenged when they're accepting a profession or they're getting into an industry like hospitality. They should be more motivated towards embracing it as a lifetime career rather than maybe just a stopgap. So would like to hear from you.
Thank you. Greetings from not so sunny London today. It's still winter time, and thank you very much for having me on the panel. Very interesting questions, Sanchari. I think I'll agree with what Kate was saying earlier about the changes that will come about with the advent of tech, and also what Sanjukta ma'am was saying about sustainability and how important that is. I think as educators, I think we need, there's two things we need to teach. One is the hard skills, obviously, that are linked to hospitality. At UWL, we have a new program that we're teaching that has everything from hospitality operations in the first year all the way up to, the strategic approach in the final year. So looking at that. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I think is more of the transferable skills. We really need to put an accent on the transferable skills because students do move away from the hospitality industry. It's a difficult industry. I think one of the positive things, at least in the UK, that's come out of COVID with regards to the hospitality industry is that I think we're seeing more of this work-life balance. We're not expecting people to work 18 hours on minimum wage anymore, and people aren't willing to do that. So I think that's changed a bit. So we as educators, we have to first of all, keep our finger on the pulse, which is why we've redesigned a course that incorporates technology, sustainability, but also, as I said, those soft skills. And I think where women perhaps have an advantage in terms of the soft skills is skills like multitasking, skills like empathy. It doesn't matter what level of service you're looking at. You really have to have those skills of empathy. And we also teach our male students, obviously, to perhaps be more in touch with their female side and try and develop a little bit more of those skills without, losing any of their character. So as educators, we really try and develop that. We try and develop as well employability skills, which are going to be very important, which includes both those hard and soft skills. And I think we need to lead by example. We had a panel actually last year around Women's Day as well at the university, and it's not easy, finding women who are really in the top echelon of jobs. Whether it's hotel general managers or even less when you get higher at C-suite. So we have to push our students, to always strive to be the best they can. For the women to, push that glass ceiling, which I think still exists, unfortunately. And as I said, perhaps this rebalancing post-COVID will help women, be able to progress regardless of childcare issues or being a mom, etc. I mean, I myself, had a long career, still do, and brought up two beautiful children. So it is possible. It's not easy, and I know other people, have done the same. So I think really for us as educators is to, to push also the breadth of careers that are available, as Kate mentioned. I mean, you have a hospitality degree, you can go work on a cruise ship if you want and travel the world. There's lots of things outside of hotels and restaurants, and you can take those transferable skills and sort of move in and out of the broader world of tourism. So we want to make the students available of all the options that are out there for them, whether it's our domestic European students. We have a large cohort of students from India who come to study in the UK and then stay on, and some of them go home with these skills, and some decide to go work abroad in the Middle East or elsewhere. So I think that's really our role as educators, to design courses that are relevant, that are topical, to keep our finger on the pulse of changes, and to be delivering, the courses that the students are interested in studying, but more importantly, that are going to also deliver the skills that the employers are going to look to hire our students.
Thank you so much, Ariane, for this perspective. Definitely, I'm going to be coming back to you with more questions. And in the meantime, I'm going to be inviting Miranda. Miranda, of course, you are, as a curriculum manager, definitely it is extremely important for you, and you have a very critical role, because whatever you go ahead and develop in the curriculum is something which, of course, students have to be absolutely well-versed with it, because that is what they would be going tomorrow and delivering while they are working professionally. So, Miranda, a question would be, how can we build, an education camp which will be helping the girl students look at the, entire education system and also look at the industry more positively? Like, there are a lot of challenges that we have seen, and no matter sometimes what happens in certain countries, still the acceptance of hospitality is still limited. As a result of which, as we were discussing, right, they basically choose up the career for somewhere to basically get a degree. So maybe it is important for them to get a degree or a diploma, but then how they go ahead and progress that and use that in their careers is something which is still a question, because not everybody has the ability of going ahead and enhancing it. So how do we basically make the curriculum more enterprising for the girls, so that they can understand the business and the commerce of it, and as boss women tomorrow, or as basically as hotel owners, they would be able to accept that in their fields? Miranda, you would need to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Hello, thank you very much for inviting me onto the panel. I'm sorry, I apologize for being a little late. I had a bit of an issue with my Zoom. Okay, I mean, generally we have a really good balance of male and female students on the courses, but unfortunately, as the course continues and they go into employment, we find that within the first couple of years, those students are leaving industry, and which is a big issue. And I've talked to many employers about this. We try and give our students equally as much opportunities, male or female. And as I say, because we have like a very sort of 50-50 balance, we're not really oversubscribed on male or female. When I first started, we would have a classroom of 16 and maybe only two ladies within that. I think now with social media and television, we've got lots of influencers that are women. And I think bringing people into the college, into the education system, so it's more for us, we don't build anything in specifically for women. However, what we do is make sure that we have lots of influences outside coming in. So we're showcasing not just women, but different cultures as well that are working with us to help our students and educate our students for employability. So, you know, it's really important that we are seen as educators to working with employers. And I think this is most important. And also, obviously, giving them opportunities. So a lot of students, I think female students, are put off by the fact that they may have to be working in restaurants that are possibly, I mean, people have this perception that kitchens are hot environments, and they're not really, not in the UK anymore. I mean, with our extraction fans actually quite cold. So it's not so much, it's just the perception of other people, I think, that make girls like have a little bit being put off a little bit by what they think or perceive the industry is supposed to be like or is like. So it's very important for us that we send our students out on work placements. So every year that they're with us, they'll go out on opportunities and they'll have different environments and be able to experience different types of roles, whether it's a restaurant, a corporate, dining, it might be events. I mean, tomorrow we're taking students to the Conrad Hotel for a networking and panel discussion, again, to do with International Women's Day as well. So this is important that they see so many different aspects, and also our alumni, our ladies, our girls that are doing and being very, very successful. We bring them back in. We bring all of, lots of different alumni in, but there's a lot of very significant girls that have done very, very well in our industry. We have two alumni in the Ruse Scholarship at the moment, and, showcasing what girls can do. For me, I would say it was a bit of a struggle, and I stuck with it, but I would say there's probably, from when I went to college, there was only maybe in the class only like a handful of girls, and I'm probably the only person that stayed in hospitality. So it's about encouragement. When we're as a manager of a large team at Westminster, it's very important that we treat everybody equally, and whatever gender they are. That it's inclusive, that the education is inclusive, and we do our best to showcase opportunities for our students every day, really. I was just, we work a lot with embassies as well, and so to make sure that there's opportunities for students, and that's overseas as well. So Ariane was talking about international opportunities. We work a lot with international organisations to make sure that students are showcased. I was actually quite pleased recently to see that the HRC show, we have a very large international competition coming up at the Excel Centre in London. So that's anybody can come in, and I've went from a couple of years ago actually saying I'm not going to enter students for this competition, because out of 70 judges there was only 2 women. And how ridiculous is that even now, just over the last few years, that we're seeing this huge amount of men judging our girls, judging our boys, and all of our students, and yet there's nobody really showcasing you know, how good we are. I mean, I've done lots of international competitions and national competitions, and yet they bypassed me to then ask my colleagues if they would judge at this national competition. So I had to make a bit of a voice about that. And I have been judging, and I've judged internationally as well. So it's about just, I think we need to have a bigger voice, and we need to sort of, and I always teach my students to sort of have those presentation skills and have those, you know, and I think schools do as well. So it's coming now from the schools, and we're seeing much more confident young ladies and men as well. And they're able to stand up in front of a classroom and talk. And I think if they've got that voice, then that's really the first step into, actually, I'm doing really well here. And look at my dish, it's really good. And actually just saying, this is, you know, I can do better, challenge me. And this is what we like. And we encourage that. And we encourage, you know, people to speak out and to be able to showcase what they do, really. And then we will showcase them as well as individuals. So.
Thank you, Miranda. I'm sure, you know, we all educators would definitely have to say yes to that, because that is the most important thing, especially in hospitality, that we have to fine tune, which is to, of course, make them more confident, and, you know, their language proficiency, their personality development, which is so important, especially for women, to gain more confidence to take up and embrace this. Thank you, Miranda, for your perspective.
Very much confidence. Definitely.
Thank you. I'll be going to Kate now. Kate, I have a question for you, and this would be, you have been extremely influential and definitely instrumental in setting up new workforce strategies in hospitality that we have seen. You've also mentioned that hospitality needs to be seen as a long-term career plan and not as a stopgap. What help do you think can hospitality educators like us provide, you know, for making this successful and definitely making people believe that this is possible?
Well, I think it's not an either or. I think we need to do both. But if we're to fill the gaps that we've got in hospitality in the UK and around the globe, as we've come out of the global pandemic, we've seen labour shortages around the globe. People haven't been coming back into the economy, but also coming back into hospitality. So I think, you know, what we need to do is to make sure people do understand that hospitality can be the foundation for another career if you so choose. So it's not that it's a stopgap or a dead-end job or something that you do because you can't get anything better. It's a trampoline to get you to the next route. And I think other speakers have talked about the common transferable skills, the soft skills that people learn in hospitality that are valued by any employer. So I think it's about making sure we communicate that, as well as the academic route and the technical and vocational skills that as educators you are so fantastic at instilling in your pupils. But it's about the fact that if you come and work in hospitality, you get a good grounding in basic finance, business skills, marketing, conflict resolution, HR and managing people, you know, those kind of soft skills around communications, engaging with customers, and just managing and diffusing conflict in a workplace situation, as well as leading and managing teams at a relatively young age. And I do think that's what we need to communicate to people, that these are skills that will set you up for life, but you will be developing at an extremely young age in your career, which can then take you wherever you want to go to. So it really is hospitality as a launch pad. And then I think, secondly, for those people who are looking at it as a career, I do think it's really important that we look at the breadth of careers that are open and available to you, and the breadth of areas within hospitality in which you can work. And we've all touched on it on the call, but, you know, as educators or as schools, we tend to push people through into catering or front of house or hotel management, revenue management, and we forget about the breadth of businesses that are within that hospitality space that you can move. And then it's about making sure people understand that, and then can see the sort of zigzag career ladders that you can go up that will allow you to fit around your personality, your unique skill set, working in those areas. It's really disappointing to me that we find people falling out of the industry, and I hear it time and time again. I don't really mind if they move jobs. That's the beauty of our sector, that you can move jobs very rapidly. It's not seen as something that's bad on your CV if you go to one business, work for a year and then move on to another. I find it devastating we lose them to other parts of the economy, and that they fall out of the sector as a whole when we have such a breadth of roles and experiences and areas that they can work in, from late night to coffee shops to contract catering to cruise ships to tourism management to destination management, all of those kind of breadth of areas. So I think it's just about giving your students the opportunity to see beyond the narrow areas that they are being trained in and the opportunities that lie beyond that.
Thank
and
you
can
so
I just
much,
say,
Kate.
particularly
Yes.
for women, particularly for women, and you know, for all other, you know, ethnic minorities, race, religion, all of those protected characteristics that we have. For women, this is in a sector of the economy where your skills are valued, your role is valued, and there is no, I don't think there is a glass ceiling. We might bump up against it, we might need to fight against it, but for those people, I've got 2 daughters who are just about to start work. 30 years ago, when I started in hospitality, there was a definite glass ceiling. We have made such progress in smashing our way through that. We have 1/3 of women on our boards in the UK. We have half of women in roles below the board level roles going through to executive committees. We have the lowest gender pay gap of any industrial sector. It's transformational what we've done in 30 years since I started in the sector. We have cause for hope that we can translate that through into other markets and other parts of the globe as well.
That's very enriching information, Kate, because that itself translates the idea that there's so many things which is happening, and a lot of women are in fact coming forward and accepting this as a career progression in their life. Thank you so much for the stats. And definitely, Kate, I will be going ahead now to Sanjukta ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question for you. This would be, women are considered the largest untapped reservoir in the world. And what could be possibly we can do as women leaders to aspire and encourage the younger women and show them the infinite possibilities, especially in hospitality, to join, ma'am? This is, again, something which we have already discussed about, but then a little bit more introspection, I think, would be needed, ma'am. If you can just please let us know.
Yes, that's what we are all speaking about, encouraging women to be in this industry. So like the previous speakers also have spoken about the some facilities, facilities for the women employees, so that they can continue in this industry. And again, if you whether they're leaving the job or taking a break after marriage or after childbirth, so again coming back to the industry, as I have heard some of the speakers saying that you have a child, how we will manage. But when you come to a certain position that it is taken care of, if you are a suppose a general manager of hotel, she has come to this position because other things are taken care of. So we as hospitality educators, we show them, our students, that this is possible. Being a woman, you can do night shifts, you can do late hours. And in fact, to bring this inclusiveness, we give a lot of examples, and we make our students do certain things so they never, when they join the industry, they don't feel that it's not my job. Or we also think there are a lot of jobs available even after they take a career break, which was not there before. Now women are joining back the industry maybe after 3-4 years also. And when they progress, yes, like I said, Sanchari, already we have give a lot of wine education. The students, children are, I'm sorry, the girls are joining the beverage industry, the alcohol industry. They're into marketing of the alcohols, which was not there before. A lot of students our students are becoming executive chefs there. And it's not in one day they're becoming the executive chef. Many times I have told my students that You have to think that you have to earn enough to say that I will continue with my job. If you don't earn enough, don't get married. Because this is on the Indian perspective, because if you earn a certain amount of salary, sometimes girls are asked to leave the job so the husband can take care. It happens in India. So I always encourage my students that you earn enough so that nobody asks you to leave the job so that you can continue. And there are creches available, there are family support system also. And one more change I have seen in women, that they previously people used to marry better boys, but that change has come. And that because this change has come in with Indian women also, they're doing much better in the industry. And everybody was saying that women are multi-functional, multi-dimensional. But after I remember listening to Kiran Uttam Shadab, she said this, that if women become too much directional, multifunctional, at a certain position, they have to be little one directional. And I think women are doing it. They're doing great in the industry and they're doing well. And our job is to encourage children. And like today's panel is a great encouragement for all our women children, girls, all our girls. Thank you, Sanchari.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your perspective. And this would be the final question that I'm going to be laying to both Aryan as well, Miranda, to know about the thoughts. What do you think a country like UK is working towards to improve the gender ratio, especially in the world of hospitality? This would be to both of you.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of initiatives. There's so many more now over the last few years that we're seeing more promotional material, I think, as well, for to meet that gap. And also with this decline in such a big way of hospitality, people leaving hospitality, or just not enough people for our industry, there's definitely some big campaigns out there, and also to help people. So we have the Burnt Chef project, which are helping people with mental health. And I think people coming out of the COVID pandemic now are looking into other career paths, and it's just to showcase that what we need to do as educators to try and promote that. So we do have days where we have posters all over the wall about women, or some days it be showcasing women in hospitality. Some cases it will be doing what we're doing today and showcasing that, and we'll have things about different women across the years and in history. We've got such a lot of expertise behind us and promotional skills, but we have it in our tutorials now. We have it it's built into our curriculum. In certain topics that we have to cover now, and I think this is the right thing. It's the right thing going forward as well. And what about you, Aryan?
Yeah, thanks, Miranda. No, I agree. I'll have to review my stats, Kate, based on what you said. But I think we need to, the sky's the limit, basically, for all our students. But certainly for our women, I think we need to have more role models. I think today, obviously, you've had a lot of people, a lot of women on the panels. So keeping showing women that they can and will succeed in the industry, even if, as Kate said, they sort of zigzag in and out. But it is a very it's a career that I worked in for 20 years in operations before I moved over. And every day is different. It's exciting. There's things, it's a very different job to, other perhaps more office-based jobs. And I think, we need to show as well that women can have a career in hospitality, but can also have a very fulfilling private life with whatever choice they make in that field. So it's about constantly, pushing women to the forefront. I think we have less of a sort of a gender imbalance in terms of our students here in the UK than we do in India, as you were saying, Miranda, sort of 50-50.
Yeah.
And that's good. And let's have a chat in 30 years and see where we are.
Yeah, exactly. I do think though, we do have a very good balance of students. However, it tends to be the girls that leave industry first, and I do think it's giving them the opportunities while they're in education to say, yes, you can start your career here, however you can then progress, like Kate was saying, just progress into other areas of hospitality, because it's enormous. And I think a lot of people are quite narrow-minded about, as we say, I mean, we've got chefs here that have been here for a long time. I've been here at the Westminster for a long time, that naturally will push people into restaurants and hotels. Whereas now I think what we need to look at is individuals and what's best for them and what career path. I always think that it's, you should be showcasing other areas such as, food styling and photography. And even like we get students coming in now and you'll say, well, what do you want to do in 5 years' time? Well, I want to be an influencer. Well, what's wrong in that? That's the generation that we are providing education to. So therefore we need to change in the way we teach to be able to let these young minds develop in more areas within hospitality and make it good. I think we have a problem with front of house here, and again, it's about perceptions. It's about front of house is a short-term role, but we need chefs now. Well, not just chefs, but we need front of house service and service staff to be able to forefront some of those celebrities and influencers, because that's what young people are looking at, to be on TikTok and to be throwing cocktails about and to showcasing different aspects of the industry, but more on a front of house side as well, because not everybody wants to be in the kitchen. And I think we need to turn it around a little bit. We need to get onto these media platforms and say, this is important too. It's not just about being on MasterChef or Great British Menu. It is about so much more. And I think there's a guy, Kate, I'm sure you know, an Ariane, Peter Avis, who's amazing in our industry. And he really does showcase, how wonderful front of house is, but we need him on television. We need we need people like him and women to be on television and media, because this is the way forward, unfortunately, and this is the way we have to change ourselves. It's not just talk, it's about doing, and it's about seeing, and that's what we've got to make a difference by doing and seeing. Absolutely.
I'd just like to throw in, I think we also need to educate men.
Yes.
Although, it's women that have babies, but they need to also take ownership of family life and allow women that space, and not expect women to, do all the chores in the house and then have a career, etc. So I think we need to change that perception as well.
I think we're seeing a little change though, aren't we? We are seeing a little bit of a change where a lot of men are at home now as well, looking after children, and the women are.
Well, I think that's a government initiative. If you look at countries like Scandinavia, that have fantastic maternity and paternity leave. I think from that perspective, more can be done in the UK at least.
Absolutely. It's about support though, isn't it? It's about support for everybody, for men and women. And a lot of these, I do think that men should be invited onto these platforms as well. And to actually hear us talk, hear women talk, go onto networking platforms. But it's not just about women. It's about being a woman within the industry, but equally, like you say, it's about being equal. So we're not here to say we're any better than anybody else. but we want that equal rights and equal pay, which is much, I would say is so much better now than it ever was. It really is.
To summarize, definitely, as all of you just mentioned about, of course, the most important being that people have to be both men and women, multi-skilled and multi-talented. Yeah. They have to be open towards every aspect of industry, because whether it's a man or a woman, they have to basically accept that hospitality, not just limited to hotels and restaurants, just like Miranda was just mentioning about, but it's open to all sectors. And there's such a bright perspective in the field that we are all in. And to empower the women again and make them believe that, yes, through their personality, through their soft skills, and through the technical learning that we are empowering them with, they definitely have a lot of things that they can go ahead and do, and also become entrepreneurs, because that is again something which we have been talking about so much. And today, with technology, with the digital world being completely embraced with us, it's important that even in our education system, in our curriculum, technology has been adapted well. And we as educators also basically go ahead and embrace it well, so that the students can learn and they can basically be completely trained into that as well. So I think this has been a very great perspective from each one of us. It was so wonderful to have you here today for the closing panel. Which was a very, very important panel again, which is women's leadership and career progression in the hospitality industry. It was so wonderful to have all of you here. Absolutely, Kate. We are almost done here, but thank you so much. It is really a pleasure that you could actually fetch up time and you can be here with all of us here today. Absolute pleasure to host you together with Ariane, together with Miranda, and definitely our very own Sanjukta ma'am. Before you leave, Kate, I would like to call in definitely our chairman, Dr. Shubhanu Bose, who is here, and it has been fantastic having him here since the morning. Thank you so much, sir, for being here, attuned to the service since 2:30. In fact, 2 o'clock in the afternoon today. We've had some excellent perspective and, of course, discussions by the world global hospitality leaders, the women hospitality leaders from across the world, and we've had some excellent discussions, 6 amazing panels. And I think we all have been absolutely excited, encouraged. Students have learned so much, and I'm sure they're all hooked on and tuned here with the team, and definitely world over, people have seen this today. So a very, very big thanks to all of us here. Ms. Kate Nichols just had to leave, sir, because she had to go get into another call, but she's extremely happy and she has congratulated you and the entire team. And now I would like to present to everybody back again our very endearing chairman, Dr. Shubhanu Bose, for his closing remarks. Over to you, sir.
I think it's been an absolutely and fantastic day of learning for all of us. I mean, started at 2, Sanchari, you're right, at 2, and it's by my watch in India, it's 7:26. So been so fascinating. We didn't even understood that hours to the time that just went by, because every panel was so nicely articulated by some of the best of the hospitality women leaders from all over the world. It's been a great, great learning for all of us, not just the students or not just the media, but for all of us. I think it's been a fantastic, fantastic lesson in the human resources in hospitality as of today on a global perspective. I think I must thank all the panelists. I must thank all the people who have worked very hard to make this successful, the digital marketing team, the team who have been working with so many dry runs, and everyone who have been involved, all our directors who have put in so much of their inputs, and their and most importantly, the people, in spite of their very, very tight and busy schedule, have decided to come and speak to us. People like Jyoti Mal, Kate, and we had in the morning some amazing speakers as well. And I think it's a great learning. So I'd like to thank everybody. But before that, I must thank you, Sanchari, for moderating it in a like a professional. You have got an alternate career now in BBC or somewhere. You have been so fantastic. You have been so nice. You have been so articulate. You have been so smooth that you can actually, you have made this entire event so smooth and so free flowing. And I'm sure you have put a lot of ease to the panelists because having been a public speaker, it always little bit of that little 1% nervousness still there, but you made life much more easier. So thank you very much, Sanchari, for leading the seminar and the conference with such an elan and high enthusiastic energy. So thank you very much, and thanks everyone as we look forward. And before we end, I would like to wish from my personally, and of course as chairman of the Iihm family, a very, very happy Women's Day to all the lovely women of the world of hospitality and the world, everybody in the world. And it's a real pleasure for all of us. And this week will be very important because the She branch starting in all campuses, the Women's Day Awards and the ceremonies will be happening. So a lot of buzz, and I'm sure that all of us will be enjoying this next 7 to 8 days as we take the world together of hospitality towards the leaders of hospitality, and especially the women leaders in hospitality. With that, thank you very much for being with us. And I must also thank the students for their rare patience. They have been there for throughout the day almost, and which actually speaks volume about the quality of the panel discussion, the quality of the discussion, and the way the panelists explained going in detail. People like Jyoti Mahal, I mean, went to the absolute dipstick detail and explained what it is. I think it's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you all for being with us, and one more very successful IIHM World event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this note, again, from all of us at IIHM and IHC, many congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for all your inspirational and encouraging words to each one of us on International Women's Day. And we would like to wish to everyone a great, great International Women's Day ahead and a great week ahead too. On that note, a very good evening to everybody at UK. Good evening, good afternoon, and definitely good night to everybody here in India. Have a great, great evening. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar.